Audiobook, Right or Left? Defining my political position. Educating people so they are not dragged by the current of mediocrity. By Milco Baute. Written and published in 2019. The heart of the wise is on his right hand, but the heart of a fool is on his left. Ecclesiastes 10 verse 2. Introduction. God is love and does not forcibly impose his order, nor does he compel us to submit to his will. He shows us two paths, one to salvation and eternal life, the other to condemnation and eternal death. We are the ones who decide where we will spend eternity after leaving the earthly and physical body in which we move here on earth, in this dimension, John 3 verses 16 to 21. Life and death are not states that originate in matter but in the spirit. They are not random or temporary events, but eternal states in a spiritual dimension. The reason for physical and earthly life is neither random nor meant for enjoying a temporary time on earth, but rather for choosing where we will spend eternity. That time is short, even if it seems long, because 70 years mean nothing in an infinite universe that continues to expand. That time is insignificant even under the sun, within the planet, and beneath this earthly atmosphere. Moreover, no one truly knows how long they will live, since many don't even make it to birth, others die physically just hours or days after being born, some die in accidents or from illnesses that take their lives within weeks or months. It can happen to anyone because, although God has made promises, the same happens to believers and non-believers, to the wicked and the righteous alike, because there is no one righteous or good, not even one, Romans 3 verses 10 to 18. That is why we all need God and his plan of salvation through the promise, his only begotten Son, Jesus, the Lamb of God sacrificed for our sins. Where I want to go with this prelude is that everything in existence has a spiritual origin, and God has given us free will, something he does not impose, because he is not a tyrant, nor does he demand it because he is not a dictator, but he does warn us of the consequences because he is good. That is why he does not force us, since love can neither be forced nor imposed. But he is also a judge, and all justice demands judgment for those who are guilty. Each person is different. God created us in his image and likeness, but with the limitation of time and space, and all the physical laws of the universe in the dimension in which he placed us temporarily, but with the freedom to choose whatever we want. That is why neither truth nor love can be imposed. Humans tend to impose their truth, their opinions, their way of being and thinking, but God imposes nothing on anyone. Even if truth is relative, from a human point of view, it always leans toward one side, the spiritual side. If our truth or opinion does not align with God's, it is nullified, because nothing is above God. That is why he left everything written, because life is a school, and the study manual to graduate is the Bible, the Word of God. A God who is light and spirit, to deal with his intelligent creation, humans, must use physical and also human instruments and means. The Creator spoke to us through prophets and apostles, who, although they have passed, left everything written. With the help of others, these documents, covenants, counsels, promises, and warnings in writing have been spread throughout the world throughout history. His word does not conform to dogmas, precepts, opinions, or times, even though it may suffer changes, just like the world changes, transforms, or distorts. God never changes, he promises and fulfills because he is not a man to lie. But God is king and judge, and his kingdom has no end. Every kingdom and government have its order and laws. The Bible is very clear about this. And as every government has a position, even if some may see it as unfair, it must align with what the Creator established, again, without imposition or obligation, but everything has order, both spiritually and physically. In the spiritual realm, God reigns or governs from the right hand, through his Son Jesus Christ, the incarnate God, the Word made flesh, the presence of God, the light of the world, and the Savior. Just as we are three parts in one, spirit, body, and soul, God is three persons, Father, Son, and Holy Spirit. The Bible is used as a foundation to govern and to judge. When a political candidate is elected president of a free and democratic country, they always swear in on the Bible. This means that as president, king, or ruler, they will lead the nation under God's will, who is the King of creation and the entire universe. The same happens in a courtroom before a judge. People raise their hand and swear before God and those present that they will tell the truth. So, as everything on earth and in the world has a spiritual origin and order, we must also confront our opinions, perceptions, concepts, ideas, principles, and values. If they align with God's order, we are in the right position or path. If not, we must reflect, analyze what we are doing, what we have learned, thought, or decided before, because if we continue down the wrong path, even if it's wide, comfortable, convenient, or the one everyone or most people follow, we will have to face the consequences in eternity, because God will by no means clear the guilty. Numbers 14:18. Let us not be deceived by the devil, the world, or our own opinions, customs, or traditions. 1 Corinthians 3 verse 18 and Galatians 6 verse 7. If God governs from the right in heaven, then the correct thing to do, according to spiritual order, is for us to govern our earthly matters or our position from the right, because God's hand, His authority, government, and power come from the right, not just because it is a position, but because it is a representation of His order and will. The heart of the wise is on his right hand, but the heart of a fool is on his left. Ecclesiastes 10 verse 2. The heart represents human conscience. A word to the wise is enough. I was born and raised in deception, under dogmas, precepts, opinions, and the worldview of society and my parents. I was not born or raised in a Christian home, but little by little as I grew, I realized that my teachers, advisors, and tutors were mistaken, because they too had been misinformed, poorly educated, and poorly trained. My mother was a hard-working, strong, and diligent woman, also a leader, and she raised me with love, decency, and a good education. But she eventually realized that she had been mistaken in her way of seeing things. As Cubans, we were raised in a communist system where truth and reason only belonged to the rulers, and they decided for us. I say, raised, because, as of the year 2020 when I'm writing this book, the Cuban communist dictatorship has had 61 years of totalitarian regime. A tyrannical government always influences society, because the left, whether socialist, communist, or social democratic, seeks to control the state and its citizens. Because the devil, as an imitator and usurper, has tried to govern the world from the left, since on the right, the Church of God governs, the one that fights spiritual battles and wins souls to lead them to the way, which is Jesus, in the spiritual dimension. My father was a professional man, very educated and organized, also a writer and editor, and although I wasn't raised with him, I have a lot of him in me, and I learned a lot from him. But he also was wrong about the things he believed until time, past and present, proved his beliefs to be mistaken. We all change with the passing of time because there is a time span, a biological cycle, in which the human being transforms until becoming practically another person. According to experts and scientists, every 7 to 10 years our body undergoes a complete transformation, all the cells are renewed until we are essentially a different physical body. But our mind also changes over time, depending on circumstances, hormonal shifts, natural and spiritual maturity, life events, the way we face life, the loss of parents or loved ones, and other events such as marriage, children, divorce, failures, setbacks, etc. For example, in my childhood, I was very quiet, introverted, shy, and timid. In my teenage years, I was a street kid, very worldly, friendly with everyone, a joker, mischievous, etc. In my youth, I was very adventurous. When I had the opportunity to leave Cuba and be free, independent, make my own decisions and travel, I did it. I visited 8 countries, plus 8 others during transit. I've taken around 100 flights in my life, traveled by car, train, bus, and gone on road trips to distant places many times, even from country to country when I was in Europe. But today, at 50 years old, I no longer do those things. I'm no longer a street person or an adventurer. I don't even like to travel anymore. I prefer peace and quiet, writing or reading, praying or meditating. Even though my children are still young, and whenever we can, we go out to the park, play, have fun, and spend quality time together. But I no longer enjoy hanging out with friends, visiting friends or family, and almost no one visits me either, because honestly, I prefer to be alone or with my family. This is not only due to my age and the maturity I've developed, which is common to all of us, but also because of the events I've lived through, like the loss of my mother, getting married, having children, and most of all, due to a health condition I have that has left me disabled or limited. I suffer from chronic pain that becomes more severe when I'm sitting or standing. Even walking for a long time causes pain, and there are days when my whole body hurts, and my legs feel very weak, so I need to lie down periodically and relax for a while. I clarify this so people don't think I'm boring. That's how I spend my days, resting periodically. Even so, I have to work. I write and write more now because I have more time. I don't have to follow schedules for a salary. I work for myself, out in the field and at home. I can reach my goals, like writing 2 to 4 books per month. That's thanks to my pain, because once I start writing, I don't stop until I finish. I can write and publish a book in 3 days. I also help other authors publish their books, making this an alternative way to earn a living with some extra income. In my life, I have experienced several changes, not only of residence. I believe I've lived in more than 30 houses or apartments, cities, and countries. I was born and raised in Cuba, moved to the United States at the age of 27, and have lived in Peru, Colombia, and Venezuela, but also in marriage, divorce, and remarriage. I've had different jobs because when one emigrates, they can't always choose or start with what they studied or graduated from, unless they graduated in the country they emigrated to. As we say in Cuba, you take whatever comes your way. I have also changed in the way I think and view things, because of maturity, the knowledge I've gained, through reading, especially the Bible, praying, seeking God, gathering, chatting, or sharing with older or wiser people than me. I've always enjoyed learning and not going with the flow of mediocrity. That's how one learns, by reading, listening to others who have lived, matured, learned, and who know what they're talking about. Not from television, radio, or the manipulated and manipulative press. Reading cultivates, educates, and teaches, but television dulls the mind. That's why I'm an enemy of television, because it offers me no benefit. I've learned to make better decisions, to listen, to speak without fear or hypocrisy, to defend my position or arguments based on my experiences, what I've lived and learned, but above all, through the connection I have with the Spirit of God, who guides and reveals to me, and through discernment, which is a gift God has given me. I have been wrong, and I've corrected or become aware of it. That's part of maturity. Because if it's bad to be ignorant, it's worse to be an arrogant ignoramus. As the Greek philosopher Aristotle said, the ignorant affirms, the wise doubts and reflects. The government of God the Father is from the right hand, through his Son. The physical world is dominated by the spiritual world. Everything seen and done in the physical world is first organized and originated in the spiritual realm. Two spiritual kingdoms oppose each other and fight to conquer the physical world, either to save or to destroy the human race and creation in general. These are, the kingdom of heaven, where truth and life dwell, and the kingdom of darkness, where lies and spiritual death reside. Jesus governs the kingdom of heaven and all creation from the right hand of the Father. Satan, as an imitator and impostor, has tried to rule the physical world from the spiritual realm on the left, in opposition to God. And when we talk about right or left, we're not just referring to physical sides of something, but to spiritual terms. Likewise, human or earthly governments have a political right and left, opposing each other, struggling for dominance. It's not that there are literal benches on the right and others on the left in Congress, Parliament, or the presidential palace, but rather that, in political or governmental terms, this is how the ideologies or systems are separated or differentiated. From a spiritual point of view, the Creator of all that exists, the invisible and the visible, our Heavenly Father, has a kingdom, and his kingdom is governed by Jesus, who is the second person of the Godhead. The scriptures tell us that Jesus is at the right hand of the Father, meaning, at God's right hand, reigning and interceding for us human beings, since he was the perfect sacrifice of God. Jesus, as the sacrificial lamb, gave his life to redeem fallen humanity and is now reigning at the right hand of God the Father. Therefore, I defend those principles, just as I defend anyone who defends the homeland, freedom, customs, and traditions based precisely on the principles and values of this nation, those who defend the gospel, the Christian Church, and Israel. It's worth highlighting that those who have always rejected Israel and shown anti-Semitic attitudes, typical of fascism, are socialists. Everything that exists or operates in the physical world has a spiritual connotation. The same applies in both realms, but in different dimensions. And since all things earthly are governed by the spiritual, we must discern and confront everything spiritually so that we may understand God's will and live according to His word. Here I share with you biblical verses that speak about this. Psalm 89 verse 13. You have a strong arm, your hand is mighty, your right hand is exalted. Psalm 63 verse 8. My soul clings to you, your right hand upholds me. Psalm 139 verse 10. Even there, your hand will guide me, and your right hand will hold me fast. Psalm 16 verse 11. You make known to me the path of life, in your presence is fullness of joy, at your right hand are pleasures forevermore. Psalm 48 verse 10. As is your name, O God, so is your praise to the ends of the earth, your right hand is filled with righteousness. Isaiah 62 verse 8. The Lord has sworn by his right hand and by his mighty arm, never again will I give your grain as food for your enemies, and never again will foreigners drink the new wine for which you have toiled. Psalm 60 verse 5. So that your beloved may be delivered, save with your right hand, and answer us. Psalm 17 verse 7. Show the wonder of your great love, you who save by your right hand those who take refuge in you from their foes. Psalm 20 verse 6. Now I know that the Lord saves his anointed, he answers him from his holy heaven with the saving power of his right hand. Psalm 80 verse 15. The vine your right hand has planted, the branch you have raised up for yourself. Psalm 98 verse 1. Sing to the Lord a new song, for he has done marvelous things, his right hand and his holy arm has worked salvation for him. Psalm 138 verse 7. Though I walk in the midst of trouble, you will revive me, you will stretch out your hand against the wrath of my enemies, and your right hand will save me. Psalm 18 verse 35. You give me your shield of salvation, and your right hand sustains me, your gentleness has made me great. Psalm 44 verse 3. It was not by their sword that they won the land, nor did their arm bring them victory, it was your right hand, your arm, and the light of your face, for you loved them. Psalm 78 verse 54. And he brought them to his holy border, to the mountain which his right hand had acquired. Isaiah 41 verse 10. Do not fear, for I am with you, do not be dismayed, for I am your God. I will strengthen you, yes, I will help you, I will uphold you with my righteous right hand. Exodus 15 verse 6. Your right hand, O Lord, is majestic in power, your right hand, O Lord, shatters the enemy. Exodus 15 verse 12. You stretched out your right hand, and the earth swallowed them. Psalm 21 verse 8. Your hand will find all your enemies, your right hand will seize those who hate you. Psalm 77 verse 10. Then I thought, to this I will appeal, the years when the Most High stretched out his right hand. Psalm 118 verses 15 to 16. Shouts of joy and victory resound in the tents of the righteous, the Lord's right hand has done mighty things. The Lord's right hand is lifted high, the Lord's right hand has done mighty things. Isaiah 48 verse 13. Indeed, my hand has laid the foundation of the earth, and my right hand has stretched out the heavens, when I call to them, they stand up together. Lamentations 2 verse 4. Like an enemy, he has bent his bow, his right hand is poised. Like a foe, he has slain all who were pleasing to the eye, he has poured out his wrath like fire on the tent of the daughter of Zion. Habakkuk 2 verse 16. You will be filled with shame instead of glory. You also drink and be exposed as uncircumcised. The cup from the Lord's right hand is coming around to you, and disgrace will cover your glory. Psalm 110 verse 1. The Lord says to my Lord, sit at my right hand until I make your enemies a footstool for your feet. Luke 22 verse 69. But from now on, the Son of Man will be seated at the right hand of the power of God. Acts 7 verses 55 to 56. But Stephen, full of the Holy Spirit, looked up to heaven and saw the glory of God, and Jesus standing at the right hand of God. Look, he said, I see heaven open and the Son of Man standing at the right hand of God. Colossians 3 verse 1. If then you were raised with Christ, seek those things which are above, where Christ is, sitting at the right hand of God. Hebrews 1 verse 3. He is the radiance of his glory and the exact representation of his nature, and upholds all things by the word of his power. When he had made purification of sins, he sat down at the right hand of the Majesty on high. Hebrews 12 verse 2. Fixing our eyes on Jesus, the author and perfecter of faith, who for the joy set before him endured the cross, despising the shame, and has sat down at the right hand of the throne of God. 1 Peter 3 verse 22. Who has gone into heaven and is at the right hand of God, with angels, authorities, and powers having been subjected to him. Ephesians 1 verses 20 to 21. Which he worked in Christ when he raised him from the dead and seated him at his right hand in the heavenly realms, far above all rule and authority, power and dominion, and every name that is named, not only in this age but also in the one to come. Romans 8 verse 34. Who is the one who condemns? Christ Jesus is he who died, yes, rather who was raised, who is at the right hand of God, who also intercedes for us. Acts 2 verse 33. Therefore, being exalted to the right hand of God, and having received from the Father the promise of the Holy Spirit, he has poured out this which you now see and hear. Acts 5 verse 31. Him God exalted to his right hand to be Prince and Savior, to give repentance to Israel and forgiveness of sins. Hebrews 8 verse 1. Now the main point in what has been said is this: we have such a high priest, who has taken his seat at the right hand of the throne of the Majesty in the heavens. Mark 14 verse 62. Jesus said, I am, and you shall see the Son of Man sitting at the right hand of power, and coming with the clouds of heaven. Matthew 25 verses 32 to 34. And before him will be gathered all the nations, and he will separate them one from another, as a shepherd separates the sheep from the goats. And he will place the sheep on his right, but the goats on the left. Then the king will say to those on his right, Come, you who are blessed by my Father, inherit the kingdom prepared for you from the foundation of the world. Revelation 1 verse 16. In his right hand, he held 7 stars, and out of his mouth came a sharp two-edged sword, and his face was like the sun shining in its strength. Differences between the right and the left. Sometimes people register with or affiliate themselves to a political party just because others they know are affiliated with it, because of what the media or television says, due to a rumor that has always circulated, or because they see themselves as victims or pity themselves and believe they are poor, a mental state, and will remain poor, a permanent condition, and therefore feel they should choose the party of the poor, or of the humble, by the humble, and for the humble, as the Cuban communist dictator Fidel Castro once said. That's how all leftist leaders manipulate the masses. In other words, there are people who neither seek out information nor want to be informed, even though information, while limited in some countries, can always be found through some source that enlightens the mind and reveals the truth. But they prefer to go with the flow of mediocrity. In the 21st century, the digital and information era, people are increasingly less informed because they suffer from chronic voluntary ignorance. They care more about what others say, doing what others do, and following what others follow. I've already discussed the spiritual side of this dilemma above. As children of God, we must discern everything spiritually and follow God's order, because, whatever you bind on earth will be bound in heaven, and whatever you loose on earth will be loosed in heaven. Matthew 16 verse 19. This means that what you sow here manifests in the spiritual world. If you believe, ask for, or declare what you seek, it is either released or controlled in the spiritual realm, which will then affect the physical world, for better or worse. This also relates to spiritual warfare, which is a much broader and deeper topic. We already know that God governs from heaven on the right through Christ, and the Church of Christ governs from the right on earth. That is why Christians are, by definition, conservatives, since that ideology identifies with Christian values. Atheists, agnostics, and liberals identify more with the political left. And although many say that the Church or Christians should not get involved in politics, or should not speak of politics, I must clarify that this is not true, because we are part of a kingdom, and that kingdom is not only in heaven but also on earth. Now, whether or not we should debate or argue about politics, especially with unbelievers and troublesome people, is another matter, which I explain more clearly in the chapter titled, Christians and Politics. But no matter how much people speak ill of conservatives, the fact remains that Christians are conservatives, the opposite of liberals. We are spiritually free in Christ, but not liberal in the sense of doing whatever we want, accepting every natural, biological, or spiritual distortion, every opinion, and state of consciousness. Because, as new creatures in Christ, we do not practice sin, even if in the past we were the worst of sinners. We are crucified with Christ and born again through the Spirit of life in Him, spiritually speaking. As the Apostle Paul said, I have been crucified with Christ and I no longer live, but Christ lives in me. And the life I now live in the flesh, I live by faith in the Son of God, who loved me and gave Himself for me. Galatians 2 verse 20. Now I will explain from a material, physical, and mathematical point of view. Let's make a simple mathematical comparison. On a number line, the numbers to the left are negative, and the numbers to the right are positive. The further the line or numbers move to the left, the more negative they become, meaning they hold less value. And the further the line or numbers move to the right, the more positive they become. This numerical scale is used in math, physics, chemistry, etc. When measuring temperature, the higher the negative numbers, to the left, the lower the temperature. And the higher the positive numbers, to the right, the higher the temperature. 0 is still a low temperature for our body and for the environment, whether in Celsius or Fahrenheit. The balanced, comfortable, and acceptable temperature is still found on the right side, between 22 degrees Celsius to 28 degrees Celsius or 71 degrees Fahrenheit to 82 degrees Fahrenheit. This concept also applies to economics. If your bank account or funds are in the negative, you're in debt. If they're in the positive, you're gaining or increasing your money. To the left is downward, to the right is upward. Simple arithmetic. This terminology is also used in philosophy and psychology. Negative thinking is bad, and positive thinking is good or correct. Do I make myself clear? These are simple comparisons to help us understand our position. I don't intend to be absolutist or claim that because I identify with the political right, I'm better than those who identify with the left, because ultimately, we are all different, even among blood relatives, even identical twins. There are differences, more in the way of thinking than in physical appearance, because God created us with free will. But it's common sense, and there's a reason why the left is always associated with negativity. And math doesn't lie, because math is in the entire universe and all of creation, whether in the macroscopic, microscopic, or subatomic world. Man did not invent math, man discovered it, or better yet, God gave math to man. Therefore, it should be considered in politics as well. Let me clarify, a left-handed person or someone who uses their left hand is not bad or negative, or she simply chose to use their left hand. But scientifically, it has been proven that all humans can use either the left or right hand equally, just like ambidextrous people do. What is the difference between the political right and the political left? Very simple, and I will summarize it for you. The left is socialist, regardless of its name, doctrine, or intensity. The right is capitalist. In the upcoming chapters, I will go deeper into the topic with concepts and history. Differences between socialism and capitalism. Socialism is a utopia. A utopia is something that may seem very beautiful but is unlikely to happen. Capitalism is real because it is the only functional economic and social system or model, as it is based on individual liberty. Capitalism offers three basic freedoms: freedom of expression, economic freedom, and spiritual freedom. While capitalism rewards effort, socialism rewards loyalty. In capitalism, the individual can hold the state accountable based on the Constitution. In socialism, the state controls the individual, whether they like it or not, and the Constitution is just a historical document or subject to change. Historically, capitalism was created to replace feudalism, a model of slavery, control, and abuse by the state. Socialism was created to recover that tyrannical model of slavery, power, and control, but disguised with humanist ideas. As for the so-called fascism, that model was a socialist idea fused with capitalism, based on a free market economy and private property, but always under state control. In fact, theoretically, fascism was a better idea. The problem was that a psychopath named Hitler, who was financed and elevated to power by economic powers that have always dreamed of a political, economic, and religious world empire, created a new version and variant of fascism called Nazi fascism. It was more aggressive, more violent, more militarized, but far from the original idea of the European progressives of the late 19th century. But as José Martí once said, "To be cultured is the only way to be free." The mind is cultivated through reading, but many people love to live in ignorance and keep believing everything that socialism offers, because it sounds beautiful and fair. Many people love lies, consciously or unconsciously, and want the state to manage their lives because they are too foolish to manage it themselves. And the fundamental weapon that socialism, or any leftist ideology, uses is lies, through propaganda. That is how they manage to deceive the uneducated and ignorant, who are the ones that bring them to power, only to later complain when they could have avoided it. And the worst part is that after realizing the lies and abuse of power by their socialist rulers, they have no choice but to emigrate to a capitalist country, because they don't even dare to fight for their independence. And to make matters worse, they end up voting for another politician with socialist ideas in the country they emigrated to, putting capitalism at risk and exposing it to radical changes that aim to establish total control over those of us who think clearly, the cultured, the intellectuals, those with dignity and independent opinions, the free thinkers, the brilliant minds, and even the less brilliant, the entrepreneurs, the prosperous, the spiritually minded, the law-abiding citizens who enjoy democracy, those who know, respect, and defend their constitution, and everyone who uses reason. When people don't educate themselves, read, cultivate their mind and spirit, they are easy to manipulate, they don't transcend, they don't analyze, they become more irrational, driven only by entertainment, immorality, lies, and gossip, easily going along with the current of mediocrity. Those are the ones who benefit from the political left, the authoritarians, the intolerant, and the dictators. The worst part is that their numbers are growing because other things now occupy their minds and time, like TV, smartphones, social media, video games, shows, and gossip. Even though technology is a powerful tool for information and research, people prefer to use it only for distraction. The human brain is like a computer's hard drive. When a virus enters the system, it starts to malfunction, slow down, and lose data, until it becomes useless unless it's repaired in time. In life, we sometimes receive those viruses through disinformation, cultural traditions, or mediocre education. We then embed those ideas in our minds and take them as true and certain when they're not. The main culprit in all this may be the media, or as I call them, the disinformation media, because that's actually their goal, or what they try to do. Especially when those media outlets are biased and partisan, representing only one ideology, one religion, and one culture. In my opinion, television is an anathema that does more harm than good, because it only promotes gossip, nonsense, and bad news. They profit more from morbid stories, violent news, blood, gossip, and scandals than from keeping the population informed and educated, which should be the primary objective. People have become accustomed to that morbid content and that evil, because it's what they see daily. The worst part is that this information becomes imprinted in their minds, damaging their ability to think rationally, creating more hatred, more violence, more chaos, to the point that they are no longer capable of discerning good from evil. This even changes their peaceful personalities and their civil way of living in society, causing them to reject law and order, democracy, values, and the culture of the country where they live, in this case, the United States, a free and democratic nation founded on principles and values. Even though mediocre leftist leaders have tried to change these principles, the U.S. remains a model nation for the free world, an example of freedom, democracy, prosperity, and human rights, for those who live according to the law. There are people who hear what they want, believe what isn't true, and speak about what they don't know. The 2016 elections in the United States brought out the trash and wickedness in many people, both those who hate Donald Trump and those who idolize him, as sanity, good sense, respect, order, education, and even culture were lost. This created divisions not only between political parties but within families, a typical result of a totalitarian communist system where there's no tolerance or rights. People have the right to disagree, but not to fight with friends and family, not to protest against democracy, not to destroy property, and not to assault or kill those who think differently. And we've seen many such cases already, provoked by these biased media outlets that create chaos among the mediocre population, leading them toward hatred, violence, and crime, increasing sin, wickedness, and intolerance. There are many murderers in prison, but there are millions of murderers walking free, because the hatred someone may harbor in their heart toward others makes them guilty before God. Anyone who hates his brother is a murderer, and you know that no murderer has eternal life residing in him. 1 John 3 verse 15. And I hope this book causes many to reflect, those who feel that hatred, whether toward Republicans and their democratically elected president in a free nation, or toward Democrats, their supporters, and those who react violently due to the ideas that have been implanted in their minds by society, the media, poor education, and their worldview. We are all brothers and sisters. We are part of the same nation, even if we come from elsewhere, we all live in a society and must respect it. God loves us all and does not show favoritism, but he will not leave the guilty unpunished, nor is pleased with wickedness. I believe the misunderstanding of the president-elect's words is what caused this hatred and intolerance, failing to understand that Donald Trump is not a politician, but a businessman, a man who thinks with a clear head. He's not an expert at lying, nor at being hypocritical like politicians usually are. Nor does he need to be corrupt or immoral, because he has no need for that. And although Donald Trump is no saint, he has at least shown that he is a patriot who loves his country, who puts his people first, who wants to recover his nation, its identity, its principles, values, culture, military and economic power, and to protect it from those who hate the free world, from religious fanatics, from crime and drugs, from lawlessness, and from illegal immigration. And that is precisely the duty of a president of any republic. To protect its citizens and its borders. Trump is simply a nationalist who says what he feels and thinks without caring who gets offended by his words or his way of being. A true leader doesn't need to please everyone, because there will always be unhappy people who complain about everything, they are bitter and frustrated. But everyone has their flaws. What's wrong with being a nationalist and looking after your own country first? The United States is not obligated to help all the poor people in the world, nor to fix every disaster in every country or government on this earth. I believe the most important thing is to protect the nation and its citizens from organized crime, terrorism, and religious fanaticism, all of which do great harm. These enemies are determined to destroy the United States and all the nations of the free world. We are in the middle of a war, and our enemies have resources and power. They are ruthless and without principles, convinced that they must dominate the world. And they know that if they can first conquer the first world, they can easily take over the rest of the countries later. They are willing to die while creating panic, killing, massacring, destroying, occupying cities, territories, and entire countries until they achieve their goal. Call the enemy what you will, terrorists, religious fanatics, Islamic jihadists, radicals, or extremists, they will do whatever it takes to destroy this free and powerful nation that has been a blessing to the world. They will even form alliances with their own enemies or with ideologies different from theirs, as long as they have the same enemy and the same goal, to destroy America. Today, Islam is forming alliances with communist dictatorships, with drug trafficking networks, and even with the Vatican, mocking them, just to gain allies who will support them, even if their beliefs have nothing in common. However, few people discern these things because they only see things from a relative perspective, because they believe only what the media says and what people repeat. They are poorly taught, poorly trained, and poorly educated. They fail to realize that the media has become the number one enemy of democracy, manipulated by leftist ideology and financed or sponsored by religious dictatorships and the globalist elite, who possess great economic power. That is why I consider the media, or television, an anathema used by the devil himself to deceive, disinform, create chaos, and destroy the free society and its principles and values. They aim to implant those false ideas in people's minds and to make them believe lies, exaggerations, slanders, and misunderstandings, to provoke more hatred, more mobs, more disturbances, more crime, and more instability. The worst of all is that even celebrities fall into these slanders and manipulations, politicizing art and the entertainment industry. Destroy your anathema, those false altars, by simply turning off the television or changing the channel. Seek something more educational and stop poisoning your soul with bad news, morbid content, manipulation, and lies. The reality is that all these extremist groups, both internal and external enemies, have united in their campaign of hatred against the elected president like never before in the history of the United States, because Trump represents a threat to the globalist elite and is an obstacle to the imposition of a new world order. He promised to end corruption in this country, to bring to justice all the corrupt and traitors, from any party or ideology. They, on the other hand, use the media, celebrities from art and culture, sports figures, anti-Trump activists, anti-democracy and anarchist groups from the far left, forming close alliances with socialist governments, communist and religious dictatorships, looking for support, coverage, and funding to prevent Trump from fulfilling his promises. That is why the media war will not end. The slanders, insults, and violence will continue, all to destabilize the country, because Trump is a serious danger to them. They will try to create even more chaos and make his administration impossible, not just for Trump himself, but for his team, his party, and all the conservatives who support him. The Trump era, as some call it, is more accurately the era of paranoia, where everything the Republican Party and the Trump administration do is considered evil. People offend the flag, the national anthem, simply because they are against the government and the elected president. They feel offended by history, by statues and national monuments from the past, and they use freedom of expression to demand the removal of this historic heritage, whether monuments, history books, songs, hymns, or teachings, and don't be surprised if you hear demands to eliminate Christmas because it offends non-Christians in a multicultural country. We've reached those extremes. Maybe things will go back to normal when another corrupt liberal, populist Democrat from the left is elected President of the United States, because, after all, the world loves its own. This world is ripe and ready for the judgment of the God of heaven. Socialism, whether it comes under the name of socializing, socialization, or centralization, is essentially the same and serves the same purpose. It doesn't matter if it's used as a noun, adjective, or verb. The only goal is state control. And believe me, you don't want the state to control you, because that robs you of your independence. You want the state out of your life, even if that means paying for your own healthcare. If you give the state an inch, it will take everything, it will crush you and enslave you. A political, economic, and social system or model based on individualism, which allows for free trade, private property, competition, and personal prosperity, is the foundation for the economic growth of any country and the progress and development of humanity. Meanwhile, a model based on collectivism always ends in mass control, political corruption, social dependence, mediocrity, moral decay, human degeneration. What do you prefer? To strive and prosper, to reach your goals through your own effort? Or to let the state control you and take care of you? José Martí's opinion on socialism. Socialist solutions, born from European problems, have nothing to cure in the Amazon jungle. Autocratic bureaucracy will abuse the tired and hardworking masses. Servitude will be regrettable and widespread. Socialist associations send out their professional agitators. A thinker, Herbert Spencer, points out the risk that certain modern nations run of falling into a degrading socialism. Crimes do not serve freedom, nor do they suit white statues with red hands. From being slaves to themselves, men would become slaves of the state. From being slaves to capitalists, as they are now called, they would become slaves to government officials. A slave is one who works for another who has power over him. The socialist ideology has two great dangers: one arises from confused and incomplete readings of foreign texts, and the other comes from the arrogance and hidden anger of those who, in order to rise in the world, pretend to be pitiful defenders of the helpless, just to have shoulders on which to climb. Relationships and similarities between leftist ideologies, fascism and communism. The first version of fascism could be considered progressivism, as developed by European philosophers like Friedrich Nietzsche, vitalism, and Henri Bergson, spiritualism, in the early 20th century. It's important to note that progressivism, liberalism, and social democracy existed even before communism and fascism. In fact, these were alternative movements that emerged from those earlier philosophical sources. Initially, fascism referred to the political movement led by Benito Mussolini, but his was not the only fascist movement in Europe. One of the earliest fascist models, though it didn't yet bear that name, was created in France at the end of the 19th century by writer Charles Maurras, with his party Action Française and his militant youth group called the Camelots du Roi. This movement was based on an ultranationalist, Catholic, and anti-Semitic ideology. By the late 19th century, a nationalist ideology called fascio began to take form in Italy, which eventually became the variant promoted by Mussolini before he became a dictator. This would evolve into real fascism, in opposition to capitalism and existing liberalism. Fascism arose as a third alternative between socialism and capitalism. Many at the time considered it a brilliant idea, and it was well received and praised. The third variant was that of German dictator Adolf Hitler, known as Nazi fascism, the most well-known and demonized form, especially due to the Holocaust. And yet, Hitler himself was an idol at the time, as leftist leaders often are, because all of these ideological and philosophical variants come from the left. The first version of communism could be traced back to liberalism, although in reality, liberalism came even earlier, as it had existed since the 18th century. It was founded on the idea of free will and sought to oppose conservatism, aiming to establish a just society without dictatorships or totalitarianism, though this changed over time. The second variant of this philosophy came from the Jewish German philosopher Karl Marx, with Marxism, in the mid-19th century. Then came the third version, known as Marxism-Leninism or real socialism, derived from Marx and Engels' theory, both of which emerged from social democracy. These philosophical doctrines turned into ideologies that were and still are anti-capitalist. Both socialism and fascism, and their various branches, have always used the same strategies, the same slogans, and even the same colors. They all promise fair societies, equality, and rights. But they have been complete failures, bringing poverty, hunger, wars, death, and destruction. If these ideologies had existed 2,000 years ago, the human race might have become extinct, because fascism caused around 50 million deaths, while communism has caused over 100 million deaths, and counting. Capitalism, on the other hand, though not perfect, is a functional economic and social model, and over time, it has even become more humane. Therefore, calling a defender of capitalism a fascist is a sign of complete ignorance, a mistake made by political illiterates, addicts, idol worshippers, and fanatics. All roads of progressive thought lead to socialism. Words from the communist dictator Fidel Castro, December 2, 1976, at the United Nations. Fascism and progressivism. Did you know that fascism was not invented by the Italian dictator Benito Mussolini? Although he gave it its name, or rather, made it known, the concept or type of ideology actually originated from the European progressives of the late 19th century, more than 20 years before Mussolini introduced it through his National Fascist Party. At that time, it was well received because it was presented as a third alternative between communism and capitalism, a big government, state control, but with a free market economy and private property. Something like a pseudo-capitalist socialism. Politically, it would fit in the center-left, a label many today are proud to wear. To understand fascism in its full expression, one must set aside Stalin's manipulation of the term and look beyond the Holocaust, back to the period that Jonah Goldberg calls the fascist moment, around 1910 to 1935. As a statist ideology, fascism uses politics as a tool to transform society from a group of atomized individuals into a unified organic whole. It does this by exalting the state over the individual, technical knowledge over democracy, consensus over debate, and socialism over capitalism. It is totalitarian, in Mussolini's original definition of the term. Everything within the state, nothing outside the state, nothing against the state. The message of fascism boils down to, enough talk, more action. Its lasting appeal lies in its ability to get things done. In contrast, conservatism advocates for limited government, individualism, democratic debate, and capitalism. Its appeal lies in freedom and in leaving citizens in peace. Goldberg's major contribution lies in establishing the relationship between communism, fascism, and progressivism. All derive from the same tradition dating back to the Jacobins of the French Revolution. His revised political spectrum centers on the role of the state, ranging from libertarianism to conservatism, and through fascism in its various national forms, American, Italian, German, Russian, Chinese, Cuban, and others. As this list suggests, fascism is flexible, its different variations differ in specifics but share the same emotional and instinctive impulses. Mussolini altered the socialist agenda to emphasize the state, Lenin made the working class the vanguard of the party, Hitler added race. If the German version was militarist, the American one, which Goldberg calls liberal fascism, is almost pacifist. Goldberg quotes historian Richard Pipes. Bolshevism and fascism were heresies of socialism. He demonstrates this connection in two ways. First, by offering a secret history of the American left. Woodrow Wilson's progressivism was a program that was militaristic, fanatically nationalist, imperialist, and racist, driven by the demands of World War I. Franklin D. Roosevelt's fascist New Deal built upon and extended Wilson's government. Lyndon B. Johnson's Great Society created the modern welfare state, the ultimate achievement, to date, of this statist tradition. The radical youth of the New Left in the 1960s brought an Americanized version of European paleoconservatism. Hillary Clinton sought to embed the state deep into family life, a key step in totalitarian projects. In short, for nearly a century, if the traditional American political system encouraged the pursuit of happiness, more and more of us want to stop seeking it and just have it handed to us. Goldberg's analysis continues by detailing how many progressive programs are rooted in the same logic as fascist ideologies. The moral equivalent of war, promoted by Wilson, Johnson, and Carter, leads to the expansion of the state and the militarization of society. The third way policies of Clinton and Blair simply revive Mussolini's agenda. The glorification of Barack Obama and the way his presidency was almost deified by media and academia is strikingly similar to the cult of personality seen under fascist regimes. Public education in the United States, designed by early progressives as a form of soft indoctrination, was intended to shape young people to serve state interests rather than individual liberty. Environmentalism, feminism, and consumer protection, while noble in goals, have often become tools for imposing a single ideology and silencing dissent, similar to how fascism demanded total alignment with its cause. The liberal use of executive power, disdain for traditional constitutional limits, and the rise of the regulatory state are modern reflections of fascist principles. Even the politically correct culture, the censorship in the name of social justice, and the demonization of ideological opponents are tactics that echo the intolerance of authoritarian regimes. Goldberg makes it clear that he is not calling American liberals Nazis. Rather, He is arguing that many liberal ideals and strategies share common roots with early 20th century fascism, especially the idea that the government knows best, and that the role of the citizen is to comply. Fascism is not a right-wing idea, Goldberg writes. It is and always has been a left-wing idea. This statement causes intense controversy. Critics accuse him of being revisionist, provocative, or unfair. But Goldberg's work is rich in documentation, historical references, and logical arguments. Whether one agrees or not, it opens the door to debate, critical thinking, and historical re-examination of which are crucial in a free society. And that is precisely the goal of this book. To raise awareness, educate, and alert. Because when good people remain silent, evil grows. When we ignore history, we are condemned to repeat its worst chapters. And when we are too comfortable to think, the tyrants win. If this summary sounds implausible to the point of being overwhelming, read Liberal Fascism in its entirety with its colorful quotes and compelling documentation. The author, known until now as an elegant and scholarly polemicist, has proven to be an important political thinker. Beyond offering a radically different way of understanding modern politics, in which fascist is as much an insult as socialist, Goldberg's extraordinary book provides conservatives with the tools to respond to their progressive tormentors and eventually go on the offensive. If progressives can eternally wave the ghost of Joseph McCarthy, conservatives can count on Benito Mussolini for their argument. Jonah Goldberg, in his original new book, Liberal Fascism, The Secret History of the American Left, From Mussolini to the Politics of Meaning. Those who value substance over words, however, will find in this book an abundance of challenging insights, backed by thorough research and brilliant analysis. This is the kind of book that challenges the fundamental premises of its time and, for that reason, is more likely to be censored than merely criticized. Since the word fascist is frequently used these days as a general insult, it is good that liberal fascism begins by discussing real fascism, introduced in Italy by Benito Mussolini after World War I. The fascists were entirely against individualism in general and individualism within a free market economy in particular. Their agenda included minimum wage laws, government restrictions on profit-making, progressive taxation of capital, and rigidly secular schools. Unlike the communists, the fascists did not seek government ownership of the means of production. They simply wanted the government to take the reins on how business should be conducted. They were in favor of industrial policy long before progressives coined that term in the United States. In practice, the entire fascist economic agenda bears a remarkable resemblance to what progressives would later advocate. Moreover, during the 1920s, progressives, in the United States and Great Britain acknowledged the kinship of their ideas with Mussolini's, who was largely treated as a celebrity by the left. The famous British novelist and prominent Fabian socialist H. G. Wells urged for progressive fascism, saying that the world is sick of parliamentary politics. Another literary giant and Fabian socialist, George Bernard Shaw, also expressed admiration for Mussolini, as well as for Hitler and Stalin, because they got things done, instead of just talking. In Germany, the Nazis followed the path of the Italian fascists, adding general racism and anti-Semitism, neither of which were part of fascism in Italy or Franco's Spain. Even the Nazi variant of fascism had the favor of the left when it was merely a movement seeking power in the 1920s. Du Bois was so captivated by the Nazi movement that he placed swastikas on the cover of the magazine he edited, despite complaints from Jewish readers. Even after Hitler seized dictatorial powers in Germany in 1933, Du Bois claimed that the Nazi dictatorship was absolutely necessary to put the state in order. As late as 1937, he stated in a speech in Harlem that, in some respects, there is more democracy in Germany today than there has been in previous years. In summary, during the 1920s and early 1930s, fascism was not only viewed favorably by the left, but was also recognized as possessing similar ideas, agendas, and premises. Only after Hitler and Mussolini fell from grace, mainly through their brutal military aggressions in the 1930s, did the left distance itself from these international pariahs. Fascism, initially recognized as an idea related to the left, has since come to us defined as being of the right, in fact, as the supposed extreme right, allegedly a natural extension of conservatism. If by conservatism you mean faith in the free market, limited government, and traditional morality, including religious influences, then these are all things the fascists oppose to the same extent the left opposes them today. The left may claim it is not racist or anti-Semitic like Hitler, but neither were Mussolini nor Franco. Hitler, in fact, absorbed part of his racist ideology from the writings of American progressives in the eugenics movement. Jonah Goldberg's liberal fascism is too rich a book to be summarized in a newspaper column. Get a copy and reconsider your preconceived notions about who is on the left and who is on the right. It is a book for people who want to think instead of repeating rhetoric. Progressives will call anyone a fascist who says something they don't like about homosexuals, feminism, or really about any issue, except, curiously, when someone attacks the Jews, a Nazi trait many progressives embrace without hesitation. If someone defends private and free education, which is the least fascist thing imaginable, they are immediately labeled a fascist. Militarism is an ingredient of fascism, and therefore condemnable, but one must remember Fidel Castro and other communist leaders who routinely wear military uniforms to understand that militarism is not exclusive to fascists. Of all the confusions about fascism, the most striking is the claim that fascism is of the right, when it is not at all. Fascists and socialists may hate each other to death, but they are not as different as they pretend. They are always united by their rejection of liberalism. Goldberg explains that in the 1920s, fascist ideas were popular among American progressives, who would later lean toward communism or socialism. Few voices on either the right or the left pointed out the fascist character of Roosevelt and his New Deal, but that character was clear, as even Mussolini himself acknowledged. In this same newspaper, I addressed the subject in February 2009, referring to the book by Wolfgang Schivelbusch, Three New Deals. See also Panfleto's Liberals 2, LID editorial, 2010. The search for a third way or a balance between market and state is now a hallmark of socialism, but it was typical of fascism in the 20s and 30s. And the supposedly progressive campaigns today against tobacco or in favor of animal rights were part of the Nazi creed. Source: Wikipedia, the virtual encyclopedia. Stronger Together. Did you know that the expression, "stronger together," is fascist? It is the slogan of the Democratic Party. The meaning of fascism is precisely, stronger together, or, in union there is strength. The word comes from the Latin fasces, which was the union of 30 rods tied with a red leather strap that held an axe, an emblem of military power of Roman monarchs. Its meaning was, in union there is strength. Fascism is not of the right, it is of the left. In fact, its creator, Benito Mussolini of National Socialism, took the idea from the European progressives of the late 19th and early 20th centuries. Although Mussolini founded the National Fascist Party, the idea already existed. Years later, Adolf Hitler adopted fascism but in his own way, creating Nazi fascism. Fascism was created as a third variant between socialism and capitalism, government control, centralized powers, with a market economy. But fascism was always anti-capitalist. The American left, represented by its major party, the Democratic Party, has several characteristics that resemble the real fascism of Mussolini's party. 1. They advocate for more government control with a free market economy and representative democracy. The unification of powers is not something achieved in 4 or 8 years, but in consecutive periods. Afterward, a constitutional review is needed to make changes, creating new laws and modifying existing ones. 2. Eliminating the opposition, conservatives. 3. Anti-capitalist. The left has always been socialist, no matter how it names, paints, presents, or disguises itself. Social democracy in America is nothing more than socialism with seemingly free elections, but taking control of powers, the press, government agencies, healthcare, education, the church, and wealth. Hitler was a Nazi fascist, that is, racist authoritarianism. But that is not what real fascism was. However, the Democratic Party is partly racist authoritarianism, because true racism today in America is anti-white and anti-conservative. You can be black, Latino, mixed race, or Asian, but if you are conservative, you are considered a supremacist, a word they love to use. An authoritarian because when a group of people or a party imposes its ideas, forces its opinions, it wants to make us believe we all must think the same, that is authoritarianism or dictatorship. To be a dictator, you don't need to be a country's president, anyone can have a dictatorial ideology or mindset, just by wanting to impose their ideas. 4. Anti-democratic. Democracy in America is in danger, and populist leftists, be they liberals, progressives, or Marxists, are anti-democratic. In order to impose themselves and establish a dictatorship with free elections, it's necessary to take over the media, revise the Constitution, make changes, create new laws, demonize the opposition, in this case, conservatives, and promote so-called social justice to control the population. Diversity and multiculturalism are used to gain voters. Divide and conquer was another fascist slogan. 5. Anti-Semitic. The left has always been anti-Semitic because they reject the Jews in their own land, even though Israel is a free and sovereign state. They defend and support the enemies of the Jews. Hitler eliminated about 6 million Jews, but the Democrats defend, support, and sustain the enemies of the Jews who want to kill 14 million. Israel, besides being God's people by the promise to Abraham, also represents real capitalism. If someone tells you that Donald Trump, the Republicans, the conservatives, or those who support capitalism in America are fascists, share this article with them. Tell them no, it's exactly the opposite, that it is capitalism, not fascism, that one thing has nothing to do with the other, and that history is written to be read, that the Democrats' statements and actions expose them and make them the real fascists, according to the concept, definition, ideology, philosophy, and history itself. Socialism and globalism. Globalism, many have heard that word, though not from the mouths of globalists, but few actually know what globalism is. When you hear that word, associate it with modern fascism. It is simply the ideology that will exist or dominate in the New World Order. Remember, for this New World Order to rise and exist, capitalism must be eliminated, because it gives too much independence to the individual and less state control over our lives. But this New World Order aims to have happy slaves like in Cuba, for example, that average people do not succeed, that we all become dependent on this global or world government, so that we are forced to accept whatever they impose on us. In 1848, the antithesis was created in opposition to the existing thesis, which was capitalism, and it was called communism, a derivative of utopian socialism, to bring conflict, wars, and chaos. 70 years later, it was put into practice in Russia, where it lasted for 70 years. As a consequence, the failed or experimental synthesis arose, fascism, a derivative of nationalist socialism, a fusion between socialism and capitalism. But now this new synthesis, created with the intention of a new world order, NWO, is known as globalism. The fascism we know is Hitler's version, but that was not the real fascism, it was a derivative called Nazi fascism or Nazism. Fascism wasn't even Mussolini's idea, though he made it known. It was originally an idea from European progressives of the late 19th and early 20th centuries. And I quote the Bible in Matthew 24. "And you will hear of wars and rumors of wars. See that you are not troubled, for all these things must come to pass, but the end is not yet. For nation will rise against nation, and kingdom against kingdom. And there will be famines, pestilences, and earthquakes in various places. All these are the beginning of sorrows. Remember that prophecies are being fulfilled, and what remains will be fulfilled, because the human species has no remedy. It degenerates more and more, accepting evil and even defending it. I regret to say that this country is going to fall like Babylon the Great in Revelation, and capitalism will pass into history so that globalism becomes the ideology or system that governs the world in the future. And when I talk about that prophecy of Babylon the Great in Revelation, I agree with the theologians who claim it refers to the U.S., not the Vatican, because it is mentioned not only in Revelation but also in Isaiah, Jeremiah, Ezekiel, Habakkuk, Daniel, and the Psalms, and it also appears in the Bible code, prophecies hidden within the text, with names, places, and even exact dates. Socialism is the foundational base of globalism. Capitalism is the only functional system that exists. Meanwhile, socialism has not worked anywhere it has been applied, no matter the variation, branch, doctrine, or method. It simply does not work. It takes away spiritual, intellectual, and economic freedom from the individual, which only capitalism as a social economic system constantly evolving, provides. Socialism controls the masses, the media, the laws, and the economy. You may believe all the fairy tales, the fables told by Marxist idols, globalists, defenders of the poor, and their empty promises, but they will never fulfill them. It has been proven that socialism as a political, economic, and social system exists in the minds of this new world order, of the globalist elite, the religious elite, and the powerfully rich elite, to keep us at a level of collective mediocrity and to be more easily manipulated, to keep us low profile so we cannot be independent or succeed intellectually and economically, and all of this, so they can better control us. Communism and its foundations have not died, they have mutated and are spreading around the world. The left says, progressivism. But in reality, that is far from what progress really means, rather, it is progress toward political, social, economic, and cultural change. Then they say, democratic socialism, then they say, just socialism, because socialism is not bad, it's the system of equality for everyone, and with full socialism, they can get rid of opponents, unify powers, and gain total control. But then, after socialism is forced on us, they'll say, better communism, because it works better, as communism is the perfect form of socialism. Because with communism comes the implementation of a proletarian dictatorship, and this justifies persecution, imprisonment, repression, and even execution of anyone who resists, who doesn't collaborate, participate, or approve of the system. Then we will become another North Korea, Cuba, Venezuela, Nicaragua, Vietnam, Laos, China, although the Chinese are smarter. They don't believe in multiculturalism, acceptance of diversity, cultural transformation, or the deformation of society. But here in America, USA, that's not the case. We are very flexible, very diverse, and many are willing to change, transform, accept other cultures and values out of respect, because we must adjust to them, and not they to us. Democrats were perfectly happy with the electoral college system when Bill Clinton and Obama won the presidency. But when Bush became president, they became hysterical, unpleasant, intolerant, demanding, critical, and suddenly didn't like it anymore. Now that Donald Trump won the election through the same process and route, they've gone hysterical again, and even worse. Because as we draw closer to that new world order that has been in the works for centuries, and for decades has already been imposed, where socialism, authoritarianism, and globalism are its components, capitalism, conservatism, and the Christianity we know, biblical Christianity, do not fit in or conform to that new world order. Because capitalism offers personal growth, individual prosperity, and independence for anyone who strives and transcends. Therefore, they are more aggressive, more violent, more intolerant, more imposing, and more demonic. Oh, but if another Democrat were to win again by the same process, established over 200 years ago, then they'd be perfectly fine with it, because that's how dictators are, authoritarian, totalitarian, intolerant, imposing, communist or socialist, children of the devil. The American left, led by the Democratic Party, has swung to the far left, toward totalitarianism. It is no longer what it was in Kennedy's time, and we can see the signs and evidence. Political leftism, regardless of its name, derivation, or doctrine, whether liberal, progressive, or communist, is all the same. It all stems from the same ideology, doctrine, principle, and philosophy. If you believe in the equitable distribution of wealth, class equality, and social justice, where everyone must have the same mindset, the same resources, the same goals, and the same destiny, except for their leaders, then you are a Democrat by conscience. But if you also believe in abortion, infant genocide before birth, state control, Globalization. Multiculturalism, the loss of your own culture, traditions, and customs of your nation or the nation where you live, even your history. You are a good Democrat. If, in addition, you are anti-democratic, anti-capitalist, anti-conservative, anti-Christian, anti-Semitic, and we might add, morally depraved or aberrant, then you are a true Democrat. And this is not just my opinion, the facts demonstrate what the left, especially the Democratic Party, has become. If you don't feel aligned with this, if you don't believe in these ideas, principles, ideology, philosophy, thought, and doctrine, then why do you support it? He who approves of sin is a participant in sin. He who supports or condones sin is guilty of the same sin, and God will not consider the guilty innocent. Although they know God's righteous decree that those who do such things deserve death, they not only continue to do these very things but also approve of those who practice them. Romans 1 verse 32. The Lord is slow to anger and abounding in mercy, forgiving iniquity and transgression, but he will by no means clear the guilty, visiting the iniquity of the fathers on the children to the third and fourth generation. Numbers 14:18. If you don't like a candidate or political party, just don't vote, simple. It's not mandatory. Vote or believe by conscience and conviction, not because of a pretty face, nice words, manipulated news, media disinformation, false promises, because you feel poor and think everyone else should be too, or because of the wave of mediocrity and ignorance in the world, or because of what people say. There is a way that seems right to a man, but its end is the way of death. Proverbs 14 verse 12. When people don't educate themselves, read, cultivate their minds and spirit, they are easy to manipulate, they do not transcend, they don't analyze, they become more irrational, and are drawn only to entertainment, immorality, lies, and gossip, easily swept up by the current of mediocrity. Those are the people who benefit from the political left, the authoritarians, the intolerant, and the dictators. The worst part is that they are increasing, because other things occupy their minds and time: TV, smartphones, social media, video games, shows, and gossip. And although technology is a great tool for information and research, people prefer to use it only for distraction. Socialism, no matter its intensity, color, or banner, is nothing more and nothing less than government control, which leads to corruption. Constitutional changes and shifts in a nation's foundations. Multiculturalism, globalism, and cultural transformation. Shared misery and collective mediocrity. An apparent representative democracy, manipulated. Repression of those who oppose it. I recommend reading the book by Vladimir Lenin, who fought within social democracy before imposing his Marxist-Leninism, titled, Two Tactics of Social Democracy in the Democratic Revolution. One of those tactics was the elimination of conservatives from government. But he who sows righteousness will have a sure reward. As righteousness leads to life, so he who pursues evil pursues it to his own death. Those of perverse heart are an abomination to the Lord, but the blameless in their ways are his delight. Proverbs 11 verses 18 to 20. Globalization. Globalization is fundamentally an economic and social process consisting of the growing integration of different national economies into a single global market economy, as well as cultural standardization. Globalization is not a spontaneous or inevitable event, as some have tried to make us believe, but rather a process clearly driven by the unrestrained power of monopolies that simply seek profit maximization. Globalization is often associated with neoliberalism embodied in public international organizations such as the World Trade Organization, the International Monetary Fund, and the World Bank, models rejected by anti-globalization groups, among others. However, it is claimed that globalization, or what is understood by it, is an autonomous process or a spontaneous order that does not depend on the direction of such public agencies, whose actions can even hinder the process. Rather, it depends on economic growth and human technological advancement. Globalization covers global issues such as transportation, telecommunications, climate change, cultural imperialism, multiculturalism, immigration, increasing or decreasing quality of life, etc. Etymology. Some authors consider the term mondialization, worldization, derived from the French word mondialisation, more appropriate, globalization, which comes from the English globalization, since in Spanish, global does not mean the same as worldwide, unlike in English. However, the dictionary of the Royal Spanish Academy includes globalization, understood as, the tendency of markets and companies to expand, reaching a global dimension that surpasses national borders, while mondialization is not in the dictionary yet, though there are plans to include it. Description: globalization consists of major merchants in internationalist big cities deciding to govern the whole world as if it were a giant company. The demands of this global megacorporation include eliminating all types of borders, restrictions, territorial particularities, cultural traditions, national sovereignties, or ethnic identities. Like a cult, globalization uproots the individual from their ancestral and territorial framework, planting them in a new, equal, and mentally uniform society, brainwashing them so they cannot go back. Only someone who knows nothing else can accept slavery. Globalization demands that state apparatuses become increasingly weak, corrupt, dependent, decadent, and indebted. States must lack self-sufficiency, ethnic or national character, and must be subordinated to globalist organizations, IMF, World Bank, European Central Bank, United Nations, European Union, various foreign banks, Masonic lodges, think tanks, etc., so that they do not defend their own interests and instead silently integrate into the semi-dictatorial directives of Wall Street and Frankfurt. Globalization also demands the free movement of products, companies, labor, raw materials, information, and ideas. When these resources are in the hands of a closed-off state and that state refuses to give them up, even under bribery, to transnational megacorporations, the globalist machinery wages war on that state until it manages to liberalize its resources and put them into circulation through the global network, instead of allowing the profits to improve the living conditions of its people. Business outsourcing is another direct effect of globalization. In practice, it boils down to, capital and production means evasion to countries with cheap and submissive labor. To globalize economically means to liberalize the business world, allowing anything and everything to reduce costs and obtain cheaper products that are produced and consumed at an ever-increasing speed. The effect of this neoliberal policy has been that thousands of unscrupulous companies have abandoned their places of origin in the West to settle in Eastern countries, China, India, Indonesia, Malaysia, Bangladesh, etc., where labor is much more abundant, cheaper, and more submissive than in the First World. The current system instinctively seeks a vein to exploit, and when that vein runs dry or goes out of fashion, it moves on to the next like a hermit crab. For a long time, the West was the vein to exploit. Now the order of the day is exploitable labor and companies completely free from any state regulation. The current goldmine is East Asia. If, instead of a massive interdependent global economy, there were an infinite number of independent, protectionist, closed-loop economies, China would have never risen beyond the category of regional power. Remember, the New World Order aims to create three global empires: political, economic, and religious. Source: Wikipedia, the virtual encyclopedia. To be or not to be. Being neutral or identifying as center, whether left or right, means being inconsistent, incongruent, without a true identity, trying to be compatible with both sides or presenting as a milder version leaning toward one. When a person claims their political position is center, it's usually because they want to please everyone or are not truly sure of their political stance. But in matters of politics, as in many other things, one must be or not be. You are either left or right. If we analyze history, facts, and logic, the center position in politics would be fascism, as fascism was created as a third variant between communism, or real socialism, and capitalism, forming a fusion of both, taking authoritarianism, government control, and power centralization, but with a free market economy. That is what the center in politics would be, hypothetically speaking. Populist left represents socialism, regardless of its name or intensity, whether openly communist or socialist, liberal or progressive, it's all based on the same ideology. The right represents capitalism, whether conservative, libertarian, or reformist. If someone says, "I'm a Democrat," logically, they advocate for state control, constitutional revision, power unification, social equality, shared misery and collective mediocrity, globalization, diversity, and multiculturalism, not to mention corruption and social immorality. There are indeed some leftists who do not approve of abortion, homosexual marriage, childhood homosexuality or gender ideology, pedophilia, and all the immoral liberties offered by the corrupt left. Anyone who claims to be Christian and holds a leftist or centrist position just to please everyone is only pretending to be Christian, is misinformed, is not under the guidance of the Holy Spirit, or is a hypocrite. Anyone with conviction, biblical principles, and moral values aligned with the perfect will of God, the Creator, if they decide to register with a political party, whether to exercise their citizen rights, support, or get involved in politics, should do so on the right, as a conservative. Conservatives are the ones who truly uphold and defend the principles and values on which the United States of America was founded. If that person is unsure about which party to register with, they should register as independent, and when the time comes to choose or vote, let their conscience guide them, or better yet, pray and let God lead them. There are several conservative parties in the United States, even if they are smaller. If someone chooses to vote, they should do so with conscience, even if that smaller party has very slim chances. Furthermore, if someone claims to be a Christian, or anti-communist, or a lover of liberty, yet holds a leftist position, whether part of the major party or a minor one, know that the left is anti-capitalist or pseudo-capitalist. It is socialist in all its forms, anti-Semitic, rejecting Israel and defending its enemies, and thereby becomes an enemy of God. For Israel is God's chosen people, salvation comes from the Jews, since Jesus was a Jew, and the Lord's church represents spiritual Israel. The left is also anti-democratic because imposing their ideas, demonizing the opposition and conservatives, taking away rights from some to give them to others, controlling the media, the arts, and the entertainment industry, while generating vicious and diabolical hatred against conservatives and Christians, is anti-democratic and spiritually not of God. And as mentioned before, the left has always been corrupt and immoral. If we compare our earthly position with the spiritual, remember that God has his kingdom, the kingdom of heaven, and his government has a king who sits at the right hand of God, governing and interceding for his children here on earth. And if God's government through Jesus Christ is of the right, then what should our duty be as God's children and as citizens? At the very least, to have discernment. If this does not help you better analyze things, pray and study the Holy Scriptures, if you are a believer. And if you are not, but consider yourself a patriot, you should also ask yourself, am I, or am I not? Being patriotic is not a virtue of the corrupt and immoral left, which advocates for the changing of laws, customs, and national traditions. Do not believe the manipulated and manipulative media of the left, which make up the majority. Don't follow the wave of mediocrity. Do your own research and become better informed, because ignorance is not a sin, but chronic and willful ignorance is, and it is the reason why nations perish and fall into material and moral misery. Don't be emotional, because when emotion rules over reason, people become irrational, and many mistakes are made. When it comes time to vote or choose, you should not do so based on emotion, appearances, or even charming words and empty promises. Do it, based on analysis, track record, testimony, ideology, and what benefits the country. Defend the land where you and your family live, where your children, grandchildren, and future descendants are or will be raised, not with weapons, but with your vote, thus fulfilling your duty as a citizen and honoring the will of God. Communism in the U.S. Communism is not a thing of the past, nor is it a concept, philosophy, or ideology impossible to exist in the United States. In fact, communism has been sown in America since its inception and has borne fruit, growing increasingly dangerous, taking on different shades and using different names, flags, symbols, and principles. Some branches diverge among themselves, but ultimately, it's all part of the same ideology, one that has never worked in any country where it's been applied, as it always leads to corruption, government control, dependency, and division. Currently, there are over 20 active communist parties in the United States, in addition to other so-called center-left or social democratic parties, which are nothing more than the fusion of capitalism with communism, the same as what exists in China, but under dictatorship. It's no surprise that the states where these parties originate have high multicultural populations of immigrants registered as Democrats. For example, New York, California, Illinois, and Washington. That's why the Democratic Party, another socialist left-wing party, always wins in these states. And it's worth noting that the most chaotic and corrupt cities are precisely where minorities have become the majority due to demographic shifts for the worse, not better, like Miami, Los Angeles, New York, Chicago, Houston, etc. The difference between the first world and the third world is mentality, not so many resources. The third world mentality is not due to poverty but to corruption, disorder, ignorance, dependency, fraud, scams, and lack of culture, to name a few. Not everyone born and raised in underdeveloped or third world countries fits that description. In fact, many emigrate because they want to progress and prosper in a developed capitalist system like the United States, a superpower where there is law and order, and where it's not necessary to be corrupt, bribe, steal, scam, run illegal businesses, or depend on the government to prosper with dignity through hard work, vision, planning, and the desire to move forward. Unfortunately, many bring with them those same harmful habits from their countries, bringing a curse rather than a blessing to the land that gave them opportunity. In addition to the left-wing extremist groups associated with these parties, such as Antifa, Black Lives Matter, BLM, and others, they have grown significantly in membership and activism since 2016. And there is evidence that they are funded by the Democratic Party, and especially by the atheist billionaire, enemy of Trump and Christianity, George Soros, known as a destabilizer of governments around the world. The revolutions and financial crises in different countries around the world were organized with the clear intervention of billionaire George Soros, who took advantage of these catastrophes to enrich himself even more, according to the Epoch Times. In 1992, Soros's stock market speculations caused the devaluation of the British pound sterling, which allowed him to earn no less than $1 billion. Since August 20, more than 100,000 people signed a petition on the We the People site demanding that U.S. President Donald Trump recognize George Soros as a domestic terrorist and seize all his assets. The authors of the petition state that Soros, labeled as a domestic terrorist, has deliberately and repeatedly tried to destabilize the political situation in the U.S. Soros had already been labeled a terrorist previously. He was described as a financial terrorist in a Chinese military document, Unrestricted Warfare, written in 1999 by two colonels, which became foundational to the Chinese regime's hybrid war strategies. He helped finance the bulldozer revolution in Serbia in October 2000, according to the Los Angeles Times, which reported in January 2001 that Soros played a key role in the dramatic overthrow of President Slobodan Milosevic through his network of Soros foundations. In November 2003, the Globe and Mail reported that the resignation of Georgian President Eduard Shevardnadze bore Soros's fingerprints. The newspaper quoted Zaza Gakikiladze, editor-in-chief of the Georgian Messenger, as saying, "Mr. Soros is the person who planned Shevardnadze's overthrow." Soros has also been a major sponsor of the destabilization of Ukraine in its conflict with Russia, according to the Daily Caller. Meanwhile, the WND portal reported that Soros's Open Society also played a key role in organizing the Arab Spring movements. Open Society financed the main opposition voice in Tunisia, Radio Kalima, which supported the uprisings that led to the overthrow of President Zine El Abidine Ben Ali, WND noted. In the U.S., Soros's financing is tied to many anti-Trump groups, and he is also a major supporter of Democratic Party candidates. During the electoral campaign, the Hungarian-born magnate gave significant support to Democratic Party candidate Hillary Clinton, donating nearly $25 million to her campaign. Fox News pointed out in March 2016 that Soros, along with other donors, launched a $15 million campaign to help secure Latino and immigrant votes. George Soros lost nearly $1 billion due to the stock market rally triggered by Donald Trump's unexpected electoral victory, according to the Wall Street Journal. After Trump's win in November, stock prices surged, while Soros had expected the market to fall. His bet turned out to be wrong, and costly. Soros Fund Management LLC employs 250 agents and manages around $30 billion. Recently, the billionaire took a more active role in his company's operations in anticipation of strained relations between the U.S., China, and the European Union, according to sources cited by the newspaper. In recent years, Soros has openly sided with the Democratic Party and liberal causes. According to some reports, his name appeared about 60 times in the leaked emails of Hillary Clinton's campaign chief, John Podesta, published by WikiLeaks. In 2016, Soros called for the creation of a global system of political decision-making and opposed Trump's candidacy during the presidential campaign. He donated $7 million to Priorities USA Action, a Democratic Party action committee, and gave the maximum allowed contribution of $2,700 to Hillary Clinton's campaign. He also invested $5 million to mobilize Latino voters and other communities in hopes of stopping Trump. Obama awakened racism, hatred toward capitalism, and anti-American and anti-patriotic sentiment. As a result, these communist parties and far-left groups, united with Islam and pro-illegal immigrant groups, have grown stronger and more violent. In a democratic society where freedom of speech is a double-edged sword, it is very difficult to control these groups who use that freedom as a weapon of war to destabilize the country through protests, destruction, violence, and chaos. And it only takes a small dose of hatred for violence to erupt from these intolerant extremist groups that this country tolerates. Only through judicial laws can those who destroy property, confront authorities, and turn violent be prosecuted under federal crimes. But the FBI is doing nothing, nor is the National Guard, because they claim these people have civil rights. This dose of hatred, spread by manipulative, biased, and partisan media funded and protected by the Democratic Party and constitutional laws, is what has provoked more violence among these groups. This is the first step to turning a first-world capitalist country into a communist dictatorship. The future that lies ahead will only become more violent and chaotic if citizens remain silent and passive, becoming accomplices through inaction. Capitalism is losing ground in America, ceding it to chronic collective ignorance, mediocrity, dependency, division, lies, corruption, immorality, and intolerance. Along with it, we are losing principles and values, culture, history, love for our country, freedom, progress, personal effort that leads to success and prosperity, and above all, the safety of our nation, our families, and our future generations. If you believe that what happened in Venezuela could never happen in the United States, a country that was once one of the most prosperous and advanced in Latin America, with an immense amount of natural resources and the top oil producer and exporter on the continent, you are mistaken. That's exactly what they thought in Venezuela, that what happened in Cuba could never happen to them, but it did, and the consequences have been even worse. The difference is that the Cuban communist regime has been in power for over 60 years, while Venezuela's has lasted barely 20. But as the revolutionary apostle, writer, poet, and 19th-century Cuban leader José Martí said, "Ignorance kills nations, so we must kill ignorance." And ignorance isn't defeated by passivity, acceptance, or approval of evil, lies, and naivety. Nothing in the world is more dangerous than sincere ignorance and conscientious stupidity. Dr. Martin Luther King Jr. What worries me is not the perversity of the wicked, but the indifference of the good. Dr. Martin Luther King Jr. Don't be surprised, don't be scared, and don't be overconfident, because anything is possible nowadays. Just look at what the world has become, the acceptance of all kinds of aberrations, supported and protected by law. Also know that a highly developed, solid capitalist system with a long history of struggles and battles to preserve it, can fall. Just as communism fell in the Soviet Union and Eastern Europe, or as Venezuela fell in the 21st century. And I don't even mention Cuba, because although Cuba was once known as the Pearl of the Antilles before the Castro regime, today it is the misery of the Caribbean. But back in 1959, capitalism was very different, it was more widely rejected. But today, in the year 2018, entering the second decade of the 21st century, we see that even Russia and China are more capitalist now, despite being political dictatorships. However, in the United States today, communist groups are growing because people are embracing socialism and demanding a radical change in the political economic judicial system that has functioned for many years in this great nation. Why? Because of ignorance and hatred toward principles, values, the homeland, liberty, democracy, law, order, personal effort, prosperity through work, and border security. They prefer government control and dependency, accepting unconstitutional and immoral laws, disorder, mass immigration with demographic shifts, multiculturalism, national insecurity, and general chaos. When emotion controls reason, people become irrational. And there is nothing wrong with being multicultural, tolerant, or generous, it's the way all of this is manipulated that becomes a problem. Communist parties that have existed in the U.S. in the past. Black Workers' Congress. Communist Labor Party of America. Communist Labor Party of North America. Communist Party, Marxist, Leninist. Communist Party of Hawaii. Council Communists. Democratic Workers' Party. Leninist League, U.S. Lovestonites. Marxist Workers' Party. Marxist Workers' League, U.S. Proletarian Party of America. Revolutionary Communist Vanguard. Revolutionary Marxist League. Revolutionary Workers' League, Olerite. Rummagers League. Workers' Communist League, Gitlowites. Workers' Party of America. Currently existing communist parties in the U.S. Internationalism U.S. Internationalism is a left-wing communist political party in the United States. It is a section of the International Communist Current. The Internationalism Group was founded in New York City in 1970, partly by former members of the News and Letters Group of Raya Dunayevskaya. In 1972, Internationalism sent an international correspondence proposal to 20 groups. Along with the intensified activity of the working class, there has been a dramatic growth in the number of revolutionary groups that have an internationalist communist perspective. Unfortunately, the contact and correspondence between these groups has largely been fortuitous and episodic. The following proposal aims to regularize and expand contact and correspondence among groups that share an internationalist communist perspective. This proposal received a positive response from the Groupe Révolution Internationale in France and led to several meetings in 1973–74. In January 1975, the Internationalism Group participated along with Revolution Internationale, World Revolution from Great Britain, Internationalism from Venezuela, Acción Proletaria from Spain, and Rivoluzione Internazionale from Italy in a conference that led to the founding of the International Communist Current, of which internationalism then became the U.S. Section. World Socialist Party of the United States. The World Socialist Party of the United States, WSPUS, is a socialist political organization that was established in Detroit, Michigan as the Socialist Party of the United States in 1916 and operated as the Socialist Educational Society in the 1920s before being renamed the Socialist Labor Party. The organization re-emerged in the 1990s and today exists as the American Companion Party of the World Socialist Movement. Communist Party USA. The Communist Party of the United States, PUSA. Established in 1919 after a split in the Socialist Party of America, it has a long and complex history closely linked with the U.S. labor movement and the histories of communist parties around the world. From 1922 to 1988, it maintained its headquarters in New York. Since 2014, it has been headquartered in Chicago. American Party of Labor. The American Party of Labor is an American anti-revisionist Marxist-Leninist party founded in 2008, which follows the pro-Albanian tradition, Hodgkinism. Marxist-Leninist Party, USA. The Marxist-Leninist Party, USA, MLP, was the final incarnation of a series of anti-revisionist communist groups that began in 1967 and lasted until 1993, when it dissolved. It published the newspaper Workers' Advocate. During its history, it became a Hoxhaist group, before ceasing to support Albania and attempting to advance a distinctive anti-revisionist trend in Marxism-Leninism. It was founded as the American Communist Workers' Movement, Marxist-Leninists, in the 1960s as a Maoist organization allied with the Communist Party of Canada, Marxist-Leninist, CPC, ML. Dissolved in November 1993, a large number of its activists continued working as the Communist Voice Organization. U.S. Marxist-Leninist Organization. The U.S. Marxist-Leninist Organization or USMLO is an anti-revisionist communist party in the United States. Born from the split of MLP-USA with the Communist Party of Canada, Marxist-Leninist, the USMLO is the current U.S. reference for the CPC-ML. The group publishes Voice of Revolution. Like the CPC-ML at the time, it was Marxist and followed the line of the Albanian Labour Party. Freedom Road Socialist Organization. The Freedom Road Socialist Organization, FRSO, was formed in 1985 as many of the Maoist-oriented groups formed in the new communist movement of the 1970s in the United States were shrinking or collapsing. The FRSO attempted to solidify some of these groups into a single organization that would have some longevity. The component groups of the FRSO saw ultraleftism as the main error of the new communist movement and attempted to reverse what they viewed as the excessive divisiveness and sectarianism of that movement. The FRSO was founded by the merger of two organizations, the Proletarian Unity League and the Revolutionary Workers' Headquarters in 1985, and then its subsequent merger with the Organization for Revolutionary Unity in 1986. Later, the FRSO also absorbed other groups, including the Amilcar Cabral/Paul Robeson Collective in 1988 and the Socialist Organizing Network in 1994. The FRSO supports self-determination, up to and including independence, for African Americans in the Black Belt region of the southern United States, for Chicanos in the southwestern United States, and for the Hawaiian Nation in the Pacific Ocean. Much of the theory regarding this comes from African American communist Harry Haywood, as established in the resolutions of the Comintern in 1928 and 1930. The FRSO's position on the national question is a defining characteristic of its politics. In 1999, the FRSO split into two competing organizations, each retaining the name of the organization. Each of these groups considers itself the only legitimate Freedom Road Socialist organization. Progressive Labor Party, United States. The Progressive Labor Party, PLP, is a Marxist-Leninist political party based primarily in the United States. The organization was established in January 1962 as the Progressive Labor Movement after a split from the Communist Party USA, adopting its new name at a convention held in the spring of 1965. The organization played a vocal role in the Vietnam anti-war movement in the 1960s and early 1970s through its student worker faction of Students for a Democratic Society. After the end of U.S. involvement in the Vietnam War, the PLP emerged as one of the main anti-revisionist communist organizations in the United States. In the second decade of the 21st century, the PLP continues to exist and publishes a weekly newspaper called Challenge. It is headquartered in Brooklyn, New York. Revolutionary Communist Party, USA. The Revolutionary Communist Party, USA, RCP, USA, or RevCom, is a far-left political party in the United States, founded in 1975 by its chairman, Bob Avakian. The new synthesis of communism, developed over several decades and based on Marxism, Leninism, Maoism, is the political foundation and ideological framework of the RCP. In the 1980s and 1990s, the RCP was part of the now-defunct Revolutionary Internationalist Movement, an international group of Maoist parties. The RIM published the news service A World to Win between 1981 and 2006, but since its dissolution, the publication is now updated on RevCom's website. The Communist Party of Iran, Marxist-Leninist Maoist, an affiliated organization, endorsed and defends the new synthesis. During this time, the RCP launched the October 22 Coalition to Stop Police Brutality. In 2005, party member Sun Sarah Taylor formed the anti-war group World Can't Wait, in response to the U.S. invasion of Iraq. In 2012, she led the group Stop Patriarchy, a coalition to end the enslavement and degradation of women. The RCP's national spokesperson, Carl Dix, co-initiated the Stop Mass Incarceration Network in 2014 with Dr. Cornel West, to end the slow genocide of police brutality and the prison system. Later that year, Cornel West and Bob Avakian participated in a film discussion on religion and revolution. In December 2016, party members and others co-founded Refuse Fascism, a coalition group opposed to the presidency of Donald Trump. The RCP publishes a weekly newspaper, Revolution, formerly Revolutionary Worker, 1979 to 2005, which is printed in English and Spanish, and has been published continuously since 1979. Party for Socialism and Liberation. The Party for Socialism and Liberation, PSL, is a Marxist, Leninist political party in the United States, created as a result of a split within the ranks of the Workers' World Party, WWP. The PSL has numerous branches throughout the country. Peta Lindsay and Yari Osorio were the PSL's presidential ticket in 2012. Gloria La Riva and Eugene Puryear ran for president and vice president on the PSL ticket in 2008 and 2016. In 2016, La Riva received more votes than any U.S. socialist presidential candidate since 1976. Its main headquarters are located in San Francisco, California. Socialist Workers' Party, United States. The Socialist Workers' Party, SWP, is a communist party in the United States. Originally a group within the Communist Party of the United States that supported Leon Trotsky against communist leader Joseph Stalin, the group prioritizes solidarity work to support strikes and strongly supports Cuba. The SWP publishes The Militant, a weekly newspaper dating back to 1928, and maintains Pathfinder Press. Workers' World Party. Workers' World Party, WWP, is a revolutionary Marxist, Leninist communist party in the United States, founded in 1959 by a group led by Sam Marcy from the Socialist Workers' Party, SWP. Marcy and his followers split from the SWP in 1958 over a series of long-standing differences, including the Marcy Group's support of Henry A. Wallace's Progressive Party in 1948, their positive view of the Chinese Revolution led by Mao Zedong, and their defense of the Soviet intervention in Hungary in 1956, which the SWP opposed. WWP describes itself as a party that, since its founding, has supported the struggles of all oppressed peoples. It has recognized the right of nations to self-determination, including nationally oppressed peoples within the United States. It supports affirmative action as necessary in the struggle for equality. WWP opposes all forms of racism and religious bigotry. The Workers' World Party and its affiliate Youth Against War and Fascism, YAWF, were notable for their consistent support of the Black Panthers, the Weather Underground, Vietnam veterans against the war, and the Puerto Rican independence movement. Workers' World Party was also one of the early defenders of gay rights and remains especially active in this area. WWP has published the newspaper Workers' World since 1959, and it has been published weekly since 1974. Its headquarters are located in New York. All African People's Revolutionary Party. The All African People's Revolutionary Party, AAPRP, is a socialist group founded by Dr. Kwame Nkrumah. The party began in Guinea-Conakry in 1968. Nkrumah's goal in founding this party was to create and manage the political and economic conditions necessary for the emergence of an African People's Revolutionary Army that would lead the military struggle against settler colonialism, Zionism, neo-colonialism, imperialism, and all other forms of capitalist oppression and exploitation. The AAPRP has branches in several countries and various U.S. states. Kwame Ture, Stokely Carmichael, was one of the party's leaders from the 1970s until his death. Socialist Labor Party of America. The Socialist Labor Party, SLP, established in 1876 as the Workingmen's Party, is the oldest socialist political party in the United States and the second oldest socialist party in the world that still exists. Originally known as the Workingmen's Party of America, the party changed its name in 1877 to the Socialist Labor Party and again sometime in the late 1880s to the Socialist Labor Party of America. The party advocates the ideology of socialist industrial unionism, the belief in a fundamental transformation of society through the combined political and industrial action of the working class organized in industrial unions. Its headquarters is in Mountain View, California. Freedom Socialist Party. The Freedom Socialist Party is a far-left socialist party with a revolutionary feminist philosophy that emerged from a split in the Socialist Workers' Party of the United States in 1966. The party sees the struggles of women and minorities as part of the working-class struggle. The SWP branch in Seattle, with support from individuals in other cities, broke away from the SWP over what it described as the SWP's entrenched opportunism and undemocratic methods. The current national secretary of the FSP is Doug Barnes. Headquarters, Seattle, Washington. International Workers' Party. The International Workers' Party, IWP, is supposedly a secret Marxist political organization founded by the controversial organizer, playwright, and psychotherapist Fred Newman in 1974. Newman would later help to find the New Alliance Party. Socialist Alternative. Socialist Alternative, SA, is an active Trotskyist political party in the United States. It describes itself as a national organization fighting in our workplaces, communities, and campuses against the exploitation and injustices people face every day, and a community of activists fighting against budget cuts in public services, for decent jobs and militant, democratic unions, and for people of all colors speaking out against racism and attacks on immigrants. Students organizing against tuition hikes and war, and women and men fighting against sexism and homophobia. The most prominent public representative of Socialist Alternative is Seattle City Council member Kshama Sawant, who was elected in November 2013. It is active in more than 50 cities across the United States, including New York City, Cincinnati, Oakland, Minneapolis, Boston, Seattle, New Orleans, Madison, Portland, Philadelphia, Chicago, Houston, and more. In September 2013, it began publishing a monthly newspaper called Socialist Alternative, along with several local newsletters and media outlets, including a radio program in the Boston area. SA is a member of the Committee for Workers International, an international organization of Trotskyist parties. Communism. Communism is a type of socio-economic organization characterized by common ownership of the means of production, the absence of private ownership over labor, the non-existence of social classes, and the absence of the state. Communism, as a project for the socialization of the means of production, emerged in the 16th century in the form of various utopias based on agrarian collectivism. The most well-known of these were the work Utopia by Thomas More and the revolutionary ideology of Babeuf that derived from the Jacobin movement of the French Revolution. The communist ideal became, at the beginning of the 19th century, a complex industrial economic project thanks to different currents of so-called utopian socialism, anarcho-communism, and the working-class branches of Christian communism. The most well-known of these movements today is the one that adopted the school of so-called scientific socialism by German thinkers Karl Marx and Friedrich Engels, under which it would be renamed as the Communist League. Due to the influence of their work, the communist movement adopted a revolutionary interpretation of history and the political party form, later becoming a unified international organization under Marxist doctrine. According to Marxism, history is understood as a permanent conflict over material surplus, which began with the appearance of property. Different forms of property ended primitive communism and stratified society into classes according to their relations of production. These different production relations that link men and women require exploitation, and over time, these relations generate the conditions to be replaced by other, more advanced forms of exploitation, in a revolutionary sequence of modes of production. In each of these modes, an internal class struggle develops between different types of workers and exploiters, which is resolved with the emergence of new ruling classes. However, capitalist society generates a growing series of internal and cyclical crises that can only be resolved by its wage workers through a proletarian revolution, which in turn requires the construction of communism. To reach this end, a communist party must be organized to seize political power by leading a transitional phase in which the state functions as a dictatorship of the proletariat. This period ends when social classes disappear, which leads to the extinction of the state, understood as a tool of class domination. This transition is immediately followed by two stages in the development of communism, a first phase and a higher phase. There are crucial disagreements among the different currents of Marxism regarding the nature of each of these three stages. Communism, sociological term. Communism, from common, understood as a sociological concept, refers to a socio-economic order based on collective ownership of goods, whether productive or consumable. In the definition of sociologist Emil Durkheim, communism is described as that social, properly communal, order in which consumption is organized collectively, while free individual choice of role in production persists, although the product of labor is dedicated to the service of the community. Communism is thus defined in contrast to socialism, in which production and the form of labor are collectively regulated, while consumption is enjoyed privately and depends on a freely chosen labor contribution to society. Both systems indeed bring into the collective sphere aspects of activity which, according to individualistic views, should belong to the private sphere, and undoubtedly this has contributed significantly to the confusion. But even in this respect, there is a sharp opposition. According to socialism, proper economic functions, i.e., the functions that produce services, commerce and industry, must be socially organized, but consumption must remain private. As we have seen, there is no socialist doctrine that denies the individual the right to possess and use at will what he has legitimately acquired. In communism, on the contrary, consumption is common, and production remains private. In utopia, everyone works on their own, as they wish, and is simply obliged not to remain idle. They cultivate their gardens, engage in their trades, as they would in the most individualistic society. There is no common rule that determines the relations between the different workers or the way these diverse activities should contribute to collective ends. Since everyone does the same, or nearly the same, there is no need to regulate cooperation. But what each one produces does not belong to him. He cannot dispose of it as he pleases. It must be given to the community and is only used when the community uses it collectively. Between these two types of social arrangement, there is, then, as much distance as separates the organization of certain colonies of polyps from that of higher animals. In the former, each of the associated individuals hunts on their own, privately, but what is caught ends up in a common stomach, and the individual cannot have their share of the communal wealth, that is, food, unless the whole society eats at the same time. By contrast, among vertebrates, each organ is obliged in its functioning to adhere to rules meant to harmonize it with the others. It is the nervous system that ensures this coordination. But each organ, and within each organ, each tissue, and within each tissue, each cell, feeds separately, freely, without depending on the others. Even each part of the organism has its own special nourishment. The distance between the two social conceptions, which are so often linked together, is no less significant. Economist and sociologist Max Weber seems to agree with this definition regarding so-called domestic communism, but not concerning communism in general. For Weber, the term socialism can be used for practical purposes to describe a rational form of communism in which both production and consumption are organized collectively, whereas in pre-modern communisms, both production and consumption are individually free, but their goal and origin are always a shared collective fund. The principle of domestic communism, without individual allocations, whereby the individual contributes according to their abilities and enjoys them according to their needs, insofar as the goods suffice, still persists today as the most essential characteristic of the domestic community of our family, albeit generally as a residue limited to domestic consumption. Communism, if by it we mean the absence of calculation in the use of goods and not the rational organization of their production with a view to any kind of ordering, i.e., socialism. Weber describes the nature of the most complete form of communism as a general planning system that organizes production, contrasting it with a market society. In the concept of administrative order, are included all the rules intended to apply both to the conduct of the administrative body and its members, in relation to the association, or, as is often said, to all those purposes whose pursuit and achievement are to be ensured by the association's regulations through planned and positively prescribed actions by the administrative body and its members. In an economic organization of absolute communist character, all social actions would be approximately of this kind. In a pure and absolute rule of law state, on the contrary, only the actions of judges, police, juries, soldiers, and legislative and electoral activities would be of this type. In general, though not always in particular, the boundary of administrative and regulatory orders coincides with the separation, within a political association, between public and private law. Sociologist Ferdinand Tönnies describes how in communism, the ultimate purpose of the social means of production and manufactured goods is collective and at the same time shared by all, through the direct participation of members in a single, common life environment that involves them. This notion is also reflected in the etymological nuance from which the concept of the term is derived. Karl Marx described in his early manuscripts the nature of development and forms that the idea of communism takes as a social project, depending on the nature of private property that generates the conditions for its development, but without attempting an essentialist definition or a sharp distinction between communism and socialism. The idea of the community of women is the open secret of a still entirely crude and unreflective communism. Just as the woman emerges from marriage to enter into general prostitution, so too does the entire world of wealth, i.e., the objective essence of man, emerge from the exclusive marriage relationship with private property into the relationship of universal prostitution with the community. This communism, by completely denying the personality of man, is precisely the logical expression of private property, which is this denial. General envy, established as a power, is nothing but the hidden form in which greed establishes and satisfies itself in another way. The idea of all private property as such becomes, at least against richer private property, an envious desire for leveling, so that these passions make up the essence of competition. Crude communism is nothing more than the culmination of this greed and this leveling based on the minimum standard. The first positive supersession of private property, crude communism, is therefore only a form in which the vileness of private property wishes to establish itself as a positive community. Communism, even political in nature, democratic, with its overcoming of the state, but at the same time still with an incomplete essence and affected by private property, i.e., by man's alienation. In both forms, communism is already known as the reintegration or return of man to himself, as the overcoming of man's estrangement from himself, but as it has not yet grasped the positive essence of private property, and even less the human nature of need, it is still imprisoned and infected by it. It has grasped its concept, but not yet its essence. Communism as the positive supersession of private property, as human self-estrangement, and thus as the real appropriation of the human essence by and for man, hence as the return of man to himself as a social, i.e., human being, a complete, conscious return accomplished within the entire wealth of human development up to now. This communism is, as complete naturalism equals humanism, as complete humanism equal to naturalism, it is the true resolution of the conflict between man and nature, between man and man, the definitive solution of the struggle between existence and essence, between objectification and self-affirmation, between freedom and necessity, between the individual and the species. It is the resolved riddle of history and knows itself as this solution. Friedrich Engels, for his part, took from anthropologist Lewis Henry Morgan the idea that there was a period of primitive communism at the beginning of the historical development of human societies, and he systematized it in his book The Origin of the Family, Private Property, and the State, in which he describes its nature from a perspective closer to empirical sociology. Marxism shares with later classical sociology the view that communism is distinguished by the absence of specialization in the division of labor and the non-existence of money for the circulation of goods. Among the concrete historical examples of social systems that can properly be defined as communist from the sociological point of view, we can include pre-modern Christian communism, the family-based communism of the early Catholic Church. Modern Christian communism, systematized by Thomas More and practiced by the Shakers of Manchester, the Diggers of Gerard Winstanley, and the labor movement of the League of the Just led by Wilhelm Weitling. Proto-communist forms of Persian Mazdakism. Feudal communism noted by the later Marx, such as traditional Russian Mir communes or the Scottish Islanders of St. Kilda. Secularized variants of millenarian religious communism, Gabriel Bonneau de Mably, Morelli, and non-revolutionary movements such as the hippie communes and Israeli kibbutzim, among others. In most of these cases, such forms of communal life did not rely on political doctrine to establish them. Communism, political term. Communism, in the political sense, is a movement whose doctrine is based on Marxism and which, according to this doctrine, has as its main objective the transitional seizure of state power to establish a social revolution that, through 3 stages, will implement a socialist communist economic and social organization based on collective control of production. Communism is represented by an international organization named the Communist International, which coordinates in each region a political party that usually bears the name Communist. Each doctrinal current of communism has its own international doctrinal development. Historically, the multiple communist parties adopted, under their leadership, the work of Karl Marx and Friedrich Engels as a revolutionary political doctrinal program, which was systematized under the name Marxism. With the seizure of power by communists in Russia under the leadership of Vladimir Lenin in October 1917, ideological leadership over the world's communist parties passed to the Communist International. After Lenin's death, the theoretical contributions he made to Marxism became known as Leninism. These include, for example, the theory of imperialism as the highest stage of capitalism, or the theory of the vanguard party as a necessary tool to lead the working class and other exploited classes in seizing political power and overturning the capitalist mode of production by destroying the bourgeois state and replacing it with a workers' state. Iosif Stalin, under his rule in the Soviet Union, later used the name Marxism-Leninism to define his political ideology, officially based on Marxism and Leninism. However, this name does not refer to the merging of the two ideologies, but rather is a specific term created to describe the political line that Stalin implemented in the CPSU, Communist Party of the Soviet Union, the Comintern, and its parties, as well as in most of the states within the Soviet sphere of influence. From that time on, non-Stalinist Marxist-Leninist parties, such as Trotskyists and other anti-Stalinist Leninists like the PUM, have frequently used other names to refer to Leninism, such as Bolshevik, Leninism or simply Leninism, and also interchangeably, the term Marxism-Leninism. After Stalin's death, the Russian Communist Party officially abandoned the original Stalinist version of Marxism-Leninism and its top-down vertical organization of the party and its relationship to the state, criticizing it for imposing a personality cult around the leader. Without new significant ideological leadership in Russia, Mao Zedong in China became the main continuator of Stalin's political structure and doctrinal positions. A second split then emerged between pro-Soviet communist parties, initially Marxist, Leninist, but not Stalinist, and those that either followed Stalin's orthodoxy, self-named Marxism-Leninism, referred to by critics as Stalinism, or that of Mao, later called Marxism-Leninism, Maoism. Political organization. Since the communist movement adopted Leninist principles as its organizational model, all parties and states built under the control of these parties have created similar institutions, organized under the premise that each communist party is the vanguard of the proletariat in its respective country and represents its interests as a class. The political organization of nations governed by communism is generally a one-party republic. Communist republics officially referred to themselves as workers' republics, since they only allowed access to power by the proletarian class. However, after World War II, they began referring to themselves as people's republics, in which proletarian leadership allowed access to power to other popular classes, such as the peasantry. In both cases, the Communist Party is responsible for the ideological direction of the country. In this system, the party subordinates the state bureaucracies and legislation to its political and propaganda goals. In turn, the state apparatus is used to promote its objectives of social and cultural transformation toward a planned economy. The frequent coercive imposition of these objectives on the entire population, as well as the eventual subordination of civil society to the Communist Party's militancy, have often been characterized as part of a totalitarian system, criticized by some of its own defenders as a degradation of communist politics, and by its opponents as intrinsic to it. Socio-economic project. Most variants of communist parties have adopted a historical categorization of the past and future of Western society according to the stages of modes of production as established by Marxist doctrine. Primitive communism, classless. Slavery. Feudalism. Mercantilism. Capitalism, and finally, the communist mode of production, also classless, divided into 2 phases, whose realization would be in the hands of the social class known as the proletariat, organized under the direction of a revolutionary communist party, and which would disappear as a class during the fulfillment of this system. Likewise, Marx himself used an alternative periodization to describe the social history of other geographical regions, such as that of Oriental despotism or the Asiatic mode of production in countries like China. This sociological conceptualization of a possible communist social order is particular to the Marxist doctrine adopted by communist parties and is considered to have changed with Marxism, Leninism regarding its defining characteristics. All Marxist authors, however, agree that communist society develops through a transitional period and two distinct phases. Transitional period. The transitional period from capitalism to communism, or transition to socialism, according to Lenin, is defined by the seizure of political power by the proletariat, known as the dictatorship of the proletariat. Between capitalist society and communist society lies the period of the revolutionary transformation of the former into the latter. Corresponding to this is also a political transition period in which the state can be nothing but the revolutionary dictatorship of the proletariat. During this period and before reaching communism, the capitalist mode of production and with it the bourgeoisie would be replaced through state appropriation of the means of production. Will it be possible to abolish private property at once? No, it will not be possible, just as it is not possible to immediately increase the productive forces to the necessary level to create a collective economy. Therefore, the upcoming proletarian revolution can only gradually transform today's society and will abolish private property only when it has created the necessary amount of means of production. Once the first radical attack against private property has been carried out, the proletariat will be forced to move forward continuously and to concentrate more and more capital, all of agriculture, all industry, all transport, and all exchange into the hands of the state. Eventually, when all capital, all production, and all exchange are concentrated in the hands of the nation, private property will cease to exist by itself, money will become superfluous, production will increase, and people will change so much that even the last forms of old social relations can be abolished. According to Bolshevism, political violence must be part of the dictatorship of the proletariat during this period. Therefore, it would be a dictatorship, in two different senses at once, that state power is held by one class and not another, and that this power suppresses the freedoms of expression and association of the enemy class. The Leninist interpretation also adds that the vanguard of the proletariat can govern in the name of the proletariat, whether by mobilizing it entirely or simply organizing a fraction of it, and that this vanguard could even be led by a single person. Furthermore, the dictatorship of the proletariat in the transitional period could be used for ideological re-education, both of the petite bourgeoisie and of the proletariat itself. First phase of communism. The first phase of communism, or socialism, properly speaking, according to Lenin, is defined by the establishment of collective ownership of the means of production in the hands of a society led by workers. In this phase, the limitations of the productive forces, due to the abrupt start of a new mode of production, require the use of rationing and the organization of production according to the collective needs of the social system, and only later, compensation to the worker through labor vouchers, rather than based on the needs of workers as human beings. What we are dealing with here is not a communist society that has developed on its own foundations, but, on the contrary, one that has just emerged directly from capitalist society and, therefore, in every respect, economically, morally, and intellectually, still bears the birthmarks of the old society from whose womb it springs. Accordingly, the individual producer receives from society, after the necessary deductions, exactly what he gives it. What he has given is his individual quantum of labor. For example, the social working day consists of the sum of the individual hours of work. Each individual worker's share is their portion of the social working day contributed, their participation in it. Society gives them a certificate stating that they have provided such and such an amount of labor, after deducting their contribution to the common fund, and with this certificate, they draw from the social stock of means of consumption as much as the equivalent of their labor input. The same amount of labor that they have given to society in one form, they receive back in another form. Therefore, equal rights still exist here, but it is a bourgeois right. The principle remains, equal pay for equal work. But this equal right is still a bourgeois limitation, since it presupposes inequality of needs and conditions. This limitation is unavoidable in the first phase of communist society, as it emerges from capitalist society after prolonged labor. Here, Interpretations of Marx's framework are divided into two positions. Leninist and Marxist. Leninist view, this first phase is qualitatively different from the second and should be called socialism. In this phase, both the dictatorship of the proletariat and the proletariat itself still exist, since the state must continue to hold the means of production to guard against potential counter-revolutions from ex-bourgeois elements. Since Stalin founded Marxism, Leninism, another difference was added: under socialism, money could still exist, unlike the socialism understood by the Bolsheviks, which was attempted during the period later called war communism. Marxist and socialist critics of Leninism, they argue that Marx used the terms socialism and communism interchangeably, that the first phase excludes the dictatorship of the proletariat, and that such a dictatorship cannot organize a socialist or communist economy. They argue that if the bourgeoisie has already been expropriated, the state as an organ of political repression cannot control the means of production without implying a classless state, which contradicts Marx. According to this criticism, if the dictatorship is exercised politically against working-class opposition, and even over the internal organization of the proletariat, then socialism becomes a form of state capitalism or bureaucratic collectivism. In that case, the continued existence of the state would mean the existence of a new economic ruling class or political elite, not made up of independent private owners but of a collectively owning organized group, similar to the Asiatic mode of production. Higher phase of communism. The higher phase of communism, or communism, properly speaking, according to Lenin, is likewise defined by collective ownership of the means of production in the hands of a society led by workers. However, in this phase, thanks to the development of productive capacity, it becomes possible to surpass the bourgeois right of exchange of equivalents, as well as the specialization of labor. As a result, both the contribution to society and the provision of goods would be free and only limited by each individual's will to work as they choose and to consume according to their needs. In a higher phase of communist society, after the enslaving subordination of individuals to the division of labor, and therewith also the antithesis between mental and physical labor, has vanished, after labor has become not only a means of life but life's prime want, after the productive forces have also increased with the all-around development of the individual, and all the springs of cooperative wealth flow more abundantly, only then can the narrow horizon of bourgeois right be fully left behind, and society inscribe on its banners, from each according to his ability, to each according to his needs. In communist society, where no individual is confined to one exclusive sphere of activity but can develop in whatever direction he chooses, society regulates general production, making it possible for me to do one thing today and another tomorrow, to hunt in the morning, fish in the afternoon, rear cattle in the evening, and criticize after dinner, just as I please, without ever becoming a hunter, fisherman, herdsman, or critic. The Marxist-Leninist interpretation holds that this phase is qualitatively distinct from the first phase and that only at this point can the state disappear. Lenin attributes to the state certain non-class functions, such as organizing the proletariat internally to repress its own members who refuse to work within the collectivist system. Only once there are no idlers, presumed to be a minority, can the state dissolve, having completed its struggle against inherited capitalist behaviors. Critics from other Marxist tendencies argue that the state should have already disappeared much earlier, once classes no longer exist. They maintain that enterprises should belong to the collectively associated workers, not to the state, and that repression of excesses should not be in the hands of an organ separate from the armed workers themselves. In their view, this distinction, and the very dissolution of the state, loses all meaning if the state can still be a functional instrument of economic and social administration by the workers. Historical application. The doctrines of the various Marxist currents agree on the need to abolish private property, especially of the social means of production, in order to establish a planned economy, and on the emancipation of the proletariat as the first oppressed class without its own economy, a negation of all private appropriation and, therefore, a class that tends to disappear in a communist community. Due to the popularity of the Bolshevik Revolution and the political polarization between Soviet collectivism and capitalist markets, communism has almost naturally become identified with Marxist-Leninist doctrine. Contrary to what Marx and Engels envisioned, under this doctrine, the first phase of communism, being the most immediately achievable, is referred to as socialism. This Leninist reconceptualization would become popular in political economic terminology, and ever since, it has been stated that almost all communist governments have formally implemented socialist, not communist, economies, since cases of nations reaching the higher phase of communism, i.e., communism, by this terminology, have been exceptional. However, the Leninist government never ceased to understand socialist economic organization as a collective economy that would directly plan production without the use of money. The contrast between Lenin and Marx was mainly that Lenin's interpretation of the first stage of communism included a centrally planned state economy, whereas Marx envisioned both phases as functioning through common self-organization by individuals. Thus, despite this divergence regarding a state collectivism in the first phase, Lenin did agree with Marx that both phases of communism required the abolition of money and a direct planning of resources via centralized provision for both production and consumption. Consistent with this description, this was the type of system attempted during the early years of the Bolshevik regime. After the failure of that economic experiment, Lenin led the transformation of the Russian economy back to a market economy under the name New Economic Policy, NEP. When his successors later abolished these capitalist reforms and reimposed socialism, the concept of socialism, or first phase of communism, no longer implied the direct allocation planning of goods envisioned by Marx and Lenin. Whether by a community of producers, Marx, or temporarily by the state, Lenin, any conscious planning would imply that a good is produced with knowledge of its use, and thus would not require money, production for use. In the personalist models of Stalin and Mao, as well as in the bureaucratic Soviet regimes that followed and in new communist regimes worldwide, socialism became limited to the general planning of a state production of goods that remained tradable within a monetary economy where income was not fully determined by prices. In the post-NEP Soviet collectivism, production, and eventually consumption, goods were produced as commodities with abstract monetary valuations, but at the same time, their prices and quantities were determined by a centralized plan to which the state enterprise economy had to conform. The 5-year plans were based on general production targets for which production units were rewarded with money based on criteria unrelated to the prices at which goods were sold, so they did not operate fully as market commodities. This type of economic calculation proved problematic for the economic planning boards and usually resulted in ration provision of consumer goods, whether due to the state's disinterest or ignorance of individual consumption preferences, or due to supply shortages stemming from production miscoordination. In nearly half of the world's countries after World War II, this model of socialism was implemented under Marxist leadership, whether or not under the name of communist parties. The most important territories incorporated into the Marxist-Leninist communist movement were: first, the republics that would be assimilated into the new state of the Soviet Union under the control of a single communist party, including Russia, Belarus, Armenia, Azerbaijan, Estonia, Georgia, Kazakhstan, Kyrgyzstan, Latvia, Lithuania, Moldova, Tajikistan, Turkmenistan, and Ukraine. Added to these were countries aligned with or satellite to the USSR in Eastern Europe, Latin America, and Asia, whose states would be governed by their own single parties, communist or otherwise, modeled after Soviet socialism: Mongolia, Bulgaria, Yugoslavia, Hungary, Czechoslovakia, Poland, Albania, East Germany, Romania, Cuba, North Vietnam, later Vietnam, North Korea, South Yemen, Cambodia, under Vietnamese control, China, Laos, Yemen, Ethiopia, Angola, Somalia, Congo-Brazzaville, Mozambique, Guinea-Bissau, Benin, Algeria, Burma, Nicaragua, Grenada, and Afghanistan, among others. In the cases of Yugoslavia, Hungary, and Czechoslovakia, a variant of this Soviet model called market socialism was attempted. It sought to emulate market price formation in different ways depending on the country, through self-managed enterprises, competitive state-owned firms, etc., but without allowing private ownership of capital or free enterprise based on profit. The only exceptions in which the original Marxist-Leninist project of planned economy was truly realized were: war communism in Russia, the Great Leap Forward in China, the New Man policy launched by Ernesto Guevara in Cuba, and the Return to the Countryside initiative of the Cambodian Revolution. Only in these brief episodes was Lenin's definition of socialism achieved: organization of production as a single factory, plus distribution by function, and in some cases even communism in Lenin's sense, same, plus distribution by need. But eventually, all of these reverted, one way or another, to the post-Bolshevik Soviet-style socialism, either Stalinist or post-Stalinist, which today is the most common usage of the term. After the fall of the socialist bloc, the countries that still maintain, to varying degrees, the Soviet-style socialist economic model under the control of Marxist single parties are North Korea and Cuba. In contrast, China, Vietnam, and Laos are governed by communist parties that have shifted their regulated economies toward predominantly market and capitalist-oriented systems. In addition to communism as understood by Marx and his successors, there are other communist doctrines, some predating Marxism, others contemporary, and others that emerged afterward, such as anarcho-communism, rooted in socio-biological perspectives, example, Pyotr Kropotkin, Aldous Huxley, and council communism, which is Marxist but not Leninist, and is based on bottom-up workers' councils. Origins and historical sources of communism. Primitive communism and Christian communism. Karl Marx saw primitive communism as the original hunter-gatherer state of the human species, from which early forms of communism emerged. For Marx, it was only after humanity became capable of producing surpluses, and after some members of society appropriated those surpluses, that private property and the state developed. Egalitarian communism. This term designates all pre-Marxist doctrines which, despite their great diversity, can be grouped together as social utopias advocating for collective property, as opposed to a regime of equal individual proprietors, and total equality, including all needs, among all producers. These early doctrines resolved the problem of the relationship between the individual and society through societies of equals, which could be a commune, the state, etc. Such doctrines developed during classical antiquity and the Middle Ages. One example of egalitarian communism was the system implemented in Sparta by Lycurgus, also referred to as military communism. This government considered only the citizens of the polis as equals, since it maintained a slave regime. Another example of ancient communistic doctrines can be found in the proposals of Plato in the Republic. The best state, the best constitution, and the best laws exist where this maxim is applied: everything is shared among friends. However, the government was pragmatically carried out by an aristocracy of philosophers. Egalitarian tendencies also developed in some of the early Christian heresies, as well as in Anabaptist communes. Utopian socialism. We don't want equality written on a wooden tablet, we want it in our homes, under our roofs. By François-Noël Babeuf, Conjuration de Egaux, 1795. Communism as a political and ideological tradition began to take shape in the 18th century, driven by intense social contradictions in Europe. During the period of the French Directory, 1795 to 1799, François-Noël Babeuf carried out the Conjuration de Egaux, Conspiracy of the Equals, the first revolutionary action conducted in the name of a communist ideology. Babeuf's movement proposed the abolition of private property and the establishment of communal property to ensure true equality, not only political, but also economic. Although the movement was violently repressed, its ideas endured and inspired most subsequent forms of communism. Around 1835, communist ideas continued to develop in close connection with the concept of socialism, particularly through what came to be known as utopian socialism, also called utopian communism. The main representatives of this movement were Robert Owen, Charles Fourier, and Claude-Henri de Saint-Simon. Robert Owen was the first to argue that the value of products should be measured by the labor embedded in them, rather than by the monetary value assigned to them. Charles Fourier was the first to propose the abolition of capitalism and the creation of a communist society. Count Saint-Simon believed that the new society should be planned to meet the needs of the poor. These authors advocated transitioning toward new societies through self-sufficient rural communities sustained by voluntary labor. However, they did not believe that capitalist society was composed of antagonistic social classes. Emergence of the term communism. The words communist and communism emerged in France around 1840, about a decade after the appearance of the terms socialist and socialism. The adjective communist was used to describe a banquet held on July 1, 1840, on the outskirts of Paris, attended by more than 1,000 people, mostly workers, where speakers defended the need for reforms that went beyond the political and aimed for real equality. At the time, two communist trends existed in France. Cabotism, the more influential one, was composed of the followers of Étienne Cabot, known as Icarians. In 1839 to 1840, Cabot published Voyage to Icaria, a work that revived the utopian tradition of Thomas More and Tommaso Campanella, though presented as a historical novel. Neo-Babeufism, which directly inherited the legacy of François Babeuf and his 1797 Conspiracy of the Equals and was kept alive by Filippo Buonarroti. In 1840, the Neo-Babeufists published the Profession of Faith of the Egalitarian Workers, in which they stated, "Citizens, the goal we pursue is true equality achieved through the community of goods. A strong and selfless popular dictatorship seems indispensable to us to mold our customs, destroy obstacles, and clear the path that must lead us to the realization of this principle." From France, where, according to German poet Heinrich Heine, the Communists had become the only party worth watching, the terms communism and communist spread to the German states and to Switzerland, thanks to Lorenz von Stein's 1842 book Socialism and Communism in Contemporary France, Der Sozialismus und die Kommunismus des heutigen Frankreichs, published in Leipzig. Thinkers like Wilhelm Weitling, August Becker, and others soon adopted the terms. Becker published What Do the Communists Want? Was Wollen die Kommunisten? In 1844, in which he stated, "It is true that in the past there were communist sects, but communism has never yet appeared as an official European party. Except for the fierce peasant wars, it has never claimed to reorganize the entire political society. Plato wrote his Republic, and Thomas More his Communist Utopia, but until now, communism has never been scientifically considered by and for the people. Today, new ideas have entered the people, new concepts, new needs that were previously completely foreign to them. New ideas and one great need, to reform society." Gradually, the term communism began to replace the earlier term socialism or at least became intertwined with it. However, communist and socialist were not strictly equivalent terms. Communists distinguished themselves from socialists by more clearly affirming concepts such as class struggle and the need for revolution, the seizure of the state to achieve the new society. These differences led Karl Marx and Friedrich Engels to adopt the term communist instead of socialist for the league they founded in 1847, and for its manifesto published the following year. In 1890, Engels explained, "In the 1840s, the portion of the working class that demanded a radical transformation of society and was convinced of the inadequacy of merely political revolutions called itself communist. In contrast, most of those who called themselves socialists were outside the workers' movement and sought support instead among the educated classes. And since we already firmly held the view that the emancipation of the working class must be the act of the working class itself, we had no hesitation in choosing the term communist." After 1848, the terms socialism and communism became established and were sometimes used interchangeably, and sometimes to distinguish between different stages of historical development. The development of communist doctrines. Communist doctrine, developed by Karl Marx and Friedrich Engels, was initially called scientific socialism. In contrast to the utopian socialisms of the 18th and early 19th centuries, scientific socialism claimed to be based on a rigorous analysis of the laws of social and historical development, what Marx called historical materialism and dialectical materialism, rather than on idealistic or moral appeals. According to Marx and Engels, history advances through class struggle, and the capitalist system contains the seeds of its own destruction. The proletariat, the class of wage laborers who do not own the means of production, would eventually rise up against the bourgeoisie, the capitalist class that does own them. This conflict would culminate in a proletarian revolution, the abolition of private property in the means of production, and the establishment of a classless and stateless society, communism. After the death of Marx and Engels, various thinkers and political leaders began to interpret, adapt, and apply their ideas in different ways, leading to the emergence of various schools of Marxism. Among the most influential. Leninism, developed by Vladimir Lenin, this doctrine introduced the concept of a vanguard party to guide the working class, the dictatorship of the proletariat as a transitional phase, and a centralized, democratic party structure known as democratic centralism. Stalinism, associated with Joseph Stalin, this model emphasized centralized state control, rapid industrialization, and collectivization, along with political repression and a personality cult. It dominated Soviet policy from the 1920s to the 1950s. Trotskyism, proposed by Leon Trotsky, this branch rejected Stalinism and promoted the idea of permanent revolution, arguing that socialism in one country was not possible and that worldwide revolution was necessary for communism to succeed. Maoism, developed by Mao Zedong in China, Maoism emphasized the role of the peasantry in revolutionary struggle, protracted people's war, and the continuation of class struggle even under socialism, e.g., the Cultural Revolution. Luxemburgism, left communism, council communism, and others also arose, often criticizing the centralized state model and advocating for more democratic or decentralized alternatives. During the 20th century, these various branches of communism were put into practice in multiple countries, each with differing results. Some emphasized rapid industrialization and military strength, others promoted rural development and cultural transformation. By the end of the Cold War and the dissolution of the Soviet Union in 1991, Marxist, Leninist communism had significantly declined in influence worldwide. However, many parties and movements still identify with its legacy, and new forms of neo-communism, eco-socialism, and libertarian communism have emerged to reframe the doctrine for contemporary challenges. Contemporary legacy of communism. Today, communism continues to be a powerful, though highly debated, ideological and political reference point across the world. While most of the 20th century regimes that implemented communist doctrines have collapsed or significantly transformed their economic systems, many parties, intellectuals, and social movements still draw upon Marxist and communist theories to critique capitalism, inequality, and environmental degradation. In Western countries, communist parties often function as minor parties or grassroots movements advocating for workers' rights, anti-imperialism, and systemic reforms. Some have evolved into democratic socialist or eco-socialist platforms, distancing themselves from authoritarian interpretations of Marxism, Leninism. In regions like Latin America, parts of Asia, and Africa, communist and Marxist ideas have also re-emerged in hybrid forms, merging with indigenous traditions, anti-colonial struggles, feminist theory, and ecological thought. In some countries, such as Cuba, Vietnam, Laos, and North Korea, ruling parties still officially uphold Marxist, Leninist doctrine, though they incorporate varying degrees of market reform or nationalist ideology. The image of communism remains polarized. For some, it symbolizes the historic struggle for equality, social justice, and liberation from exploitation. For others, it evokes memories of repression, censorship, and totalitarian regimes. Scholars, activists, and politicians continue to debate the meaning, feasibility, and morality of communism in the 21st century. As global capitalism faces crises related to climate change, automation, inequality, and pandemics, interest in post-capitalist alternatives, including new reinterpretations of communism, has grown, especially among younger generations. New communist currents. Austro-Marxism. Austro-Marxism emerges from the combination of capitalist principles with Leninist and Marxist principles. Self-management socialism. Self-management socialism, or self-managed socialism, is the political system based on the participation of various communities closely related to collective everyday life, business, union, locality, party, in the management of higher political communities, state, federations, confederations, etc. Anarcho-communism, the Aragonese experience. According to some comments, something similar to a libertarian communist society, that is, anarchist communism or anarcho-communism, with economic and social tendencies aligned with the perspectives developed by Bakunin and Kropotkin, was achieved in Aragon during the Spanish Civil War thanks to the collaboration between the CNT and PUM. Sectors of the UGT supported the revolutionary process in Aragon despite the party leadership considering it would hinder the fight against Franco. George Orwell described a scene from Aragon during this period, in which he participated as part of the Lenin division of the PUM, in his famous book Homage to Catalonia. I was, more or less by chance, part of the only community in Western Europe where revolutionary consciousness and rejection of capitalism were more normal than their opposite. In Aragon, one was among tens of thousands of people, mostly of proletarian origin, all of whom lived and treated each other as equals. In theory, it was perfect equality, and in practice, it was not far from it. In some aspects, it was a foretaste of socialism, which explains why the prevailing mental attitude was of a socialist nature. Many of the usual motivations in civilized life, display, profit motive, fear of bosses, etc., had simply ceased to exist. The class division disappeared to a point almost inconceivable in the mercantile atmosphere of England. There were only the peasants and us, and no one was master of anyone. History of the Communist Movement. Communism has developed organizationally throughout history through various political movements. This development has been carried out through the formation of the Communist International. The First International. The First International, IWA, was the first organization that brought together trade unions and parties associated with the working class. It was founded in London during a meeting among workers held at St. Martin's Hall. Its first Congress took place in 1866 in Geneva. In 1872, its headquarters were moved from London to New York. At its peak, the International had 1.2 million members worldwide, although its official gazette claimed 8 million. In the International Workingmen's Association, ideological conflicts between anarchism and Marxism became evident. The IWA should not be confused with the International Workers' Association founded in the years 1922 and 1923 by anarchists and anarcho-syndicalists. The Second International. After several failed attempts to refound the First International, the Second International, SI, was founded in 1889, bringing together various socialist and labor parties. The SI is part of the history of communism only in reference to the groups within it that later formed the Third International, due to its predominantly social democratic nature. The SI was dissolved in 1916 after the beginning of World War I. The Second International laid the foundations for what would become modern social democracy. The Third International. After the dissolution of the Second International, the revolutionary socialist groups that had opposed World War I convened the Zimmerwald Conference in September 1915 and the Kienthal Conference in April 1916. These conferences were the direct precedent to the Third International, also known by its Russian abbreviation Comintern, which was founded at its first Congress in Petrograd in 1919 at the initiative of the Communist Party of the Soviet Union. The Third International definitively broke away from social democratic groups and followed the directives set by the Communist Party of the Soviet Union. This international also manifested the conflict between Stalinists and Trotskyists. Trotskyists only recognized the legitimacy of the first four Congresses of the International, which occurred before Hitler came to power in Germany. At that point, the Trotskyists definitively separated from the International and began forming a Fourth International. On May 15, 1943, after the Tehran Conference, the Presidium of the Executive Committee of the Communist International, considering the maturity of the Communist parties, and to avoid suspicion from capitalist allied countries, decided to dissolve the Communist International. Communist parties after the Russian Revolution. The first revolution that followed Marxist principles did not occur in a central country, but in Russia, in 1917. The leader of the movement, Vladimir Ilyich Ulyanov, Lenin, explained this unexpected, to Marx and Engels, resolution of capitalist contradictions by stating that capitalism had failed at its weakest link. Indeed, Russia was a country with limited industrial development and a predominantly semi-feudal peasant base. From the Russian Revolution onward, the term communist was restricted to Marxist parties aligned with the Soviet Union. The Russian Revolution carried out the suppression of private property and industry, created agricultural cooperatives, encouraging their adoption among peasants, later turned into forced collectivization during Stalin's regime, and advanced toward the multiplication of means of production, amid a civil war that lasted 4 years. One of Lenin's first objectives was to electrify Russia. Lenin once said that communism was Soviets plus electricity. During Stalin's leadership, industrialization progressed rapidly, given the international circumstances, without regard for the endurance of the proletariat or the resulting exploitative conditions imposed on both the workers and the environment. World War II intensified the process of creating heavy industry and food production, while also increasing state controls. This period was characterized by a transitional stage toward socialism through various 5-year plans, in contrast with the gradual concentration of political power in the hands of the party bureaucracy and the Central Committee, which, according to Stalin's supporters, was necessary due to wartime conditions. Politically, it also entailed an increase in political persecution by the regime against dissident and opposition sectors within the Communist Party of the Soviet Union, which later extended to the rest of the Third International, culminating in the Great Purge. The Cominform. The Cominform was created as a replacement for the Comintern between September 22 and 27, 1947, during a conference of Communist Party leaders held in Szklarska Poręba, Poland. It was officially created on October 5, 1947. The main proponent of the Cominform's creation was Soviet Representative Andrei Zhdanov, who, in response to the Marshall Plan promoted by U.S. President Truman in Western Europe, gave a speech outlining the new international policy of the Soviet Union, known as the Zhdanov Doctrine. Its creation was Stalin's response to the Marshall Plan and sought to unite the communist parties within the Soviet sphere of influence, Poland, Czechoslovakia, Hungary, Bulgaria, and Romania. The powerful communist parties of France and Italy also joined. The Albanian Party of Labour requested to join the Cominform on October 26, 1947, but this never materialized. The Fourth International. In France, Trotsky and his supporters from the left opposition, after his expulsion from the Soviet Union due to his rivalry with Stalin, who was supported by the party bureaucracy, considered that the Third International had fallen under Stalinism and would be incapable of bringing the working class to power. Consequently, they founded the Fourth International (FI). Throughout its history, the FI was persecuted by both capitalist governments and the Soviet secret police, as well as by members of the Third International. Anti-revisionists, Stalinists, and Maoists consider the Fourth International and Trotskyism in general to be an illegitimate and reformist branch of Marxism, Bolshevism, and Communism to this day. Starting in 1945, U.S. and British intelligence agencies recruited intellectuals from groups originating in the Fourth International to promote an ideology that would rival Soviet communism and late 1940s Stalinism, psychological war, against the USSR. Former collaborators of Trotsky, such as Daniel Bell, Sidney Hook, James Burnham, and Irving Kristol, known as the New York Intellectuals, worked with U.S. security agencies and laid the foundations for the neoconservative movement in the United States. The Fourth International suffered a split in 1940 and an even more significant one in 1953. Despite a partial reunification in 1963, several organizations today claim to be the exclusive representatives or heirs of the Fourth International. Many of them, however, simply claim its legacy or political program and, aware of the fragmentation among its successor organizations, advocate for its reconstruction. Many of these groups stem from younger leaders or members of the original organization, such as Ernest Mandel, Nahuel Moreno, Tony Cliff, Pierre Lambert, or Ted Grant. Communist parties in the 20th century. In each part of the world, they had different outcomes, but they rarely came to power. The exceptions were the countries of Eastern Europe, which were under the control of the political regime established in the USSR after Stalin's rise to power, and inherited by successive governments, for over 40 years following the defeat of the Nazi army and the military conquest of the region by the Red Army after World War II. Additional exceptions include China, North Korea, Vietnam, and Cuba, where power was seized by military or guerrilla leaderships directed or influenced by their respective communist parties, with support from peasants and popular sectors. In Chile, at the beginning of the 1970s, the Popular Unity, UP, came to presidential power after its candidate, Salvador Allende, won the September 1970 elections. The governing coalition was an alliance of leftist parties and movements that held minority representation in parliament. The Communist Party was part of this alliance along with others such as the Socialist Party, the Christian Left, the Radical Party, and the Popular Unitary Action Movement, MAPU, a split from the Christian Democrats, among others. Its main slogan was the "Peaceful Road to Socialism," the programmatic foundation of the political alliance around Allende. However, not all revolutionary movements at the time supported this approach. This path implied building socialism through the institutions of the bourgeois parliamentary state, following the strategy of so-called popular fronts to establish governments based on electoral coalitions among various, progressive, or popular political forces. This experience was frustrated by the staunch opposition of centrist and right-wing forces, which, supported by the United States, eventually led to a coup d'état in 1973. Its immediate consequences were the destruction of working-class resistance centers, such as the industrial cordons led by the MIR or the Marxist faction of the MAPU, the suicide of Socialist President Salvador Allende, the closure of parliament, and the establishment of a military regime. In the following years, there was a sustained and systematic repression of the main leaders and activists of all political and union organizations, including the Communist Party and other parties that supported or participated in the Popular Unity government. The International Communist Movement in crisis during the 20th century. The International Communist Movement experienced major crises in the 20th century. The first was related to Leon Trotsky's removal from leadership in the Soviet Union due to his differences with Stalin. Trotsky went into exile in Mexico, where he was assassinated by an agent under the command of the GPU, Ramon Mercader. The former leader of the Red Army advocated for permanent revolution. The second major crisis was caused by the conflict between the Soviet Union and China regarding international policy. Since the rise of fascism in Europe, the Soviet Union maintained a policy of unity with the democratic forces of the bourgeoisie for the communist parties operating in the capitalist world, and of peaceful coexistence with imperialism. The Chinese Communist Party, however, had a policy of direct confrontation with imperialism, even though it supported agreements with national bourgeoisies that opposed it. This policy caused another schism in many communist parties. In the 1970s, pro-Chinese communism shifted towards strange alliances depending on each government's relationship with Beijing. Communist parties after World War II. At the end of World War II, the Union of Soviet Socialist Republics, USSR, which united the former dominions of the Tsar, had become a world power. After Stalin's death in 1953, there came criticism of his methods and of the so-called cult of personality, both tolerated and encouraged from within the regime. This new stage, led by Khrushchev, became known as the thaw period. However, this did not prevent Khrushchev himself from later being accused of the same methods he had criticized in Stalin. The People's Republic of China, established following the 1949 victory of the Chinese Communist Party's military leadership under Mao Zedong, with the support of a massive army, a rural peasant revolution, and an urban student uprising, continued its process amid growing contradictions. By the late 1970s, under Deng Xiaoping, China began accepting mixed economic forms without changing its one-party political system, and it continued to exercise strong state political and police control. After World War II, two European communist parties, the French and the Italian, grew to the point of becoming key political forces in their respective countries. They had wide control over the labor movement, significant parliamentary representation, and played complex internal alliance politics. In many respects, they were critical of the Soviet Union. This independent stance made both parties the nucleus of Eurocommunism, which was characterized by its confidence in achieving power in capitalist countries through multi-party parliamentary elections. Eurocommunism sometimes clashed with the Soviet Union and eventually gained support from sectors of the bourgeoisie in their respective countries, particularly regarding sources of funding. The French Communist Party, however, did not change its centralist leadership style developed during Stalin's time. The Italian Communist Party was less rigid in this regard. It also designed a policy of historical compromise with the Christian Democrats, center-right, which went beyond mere tactical alliances. The Spanish Communist Party, less powerful, joined Eurocommunism and, under Santiago Carrillo, renounced many of the demands of the communist and labor movement developed during the transition from the fascist dictatorship to the constitutional regime. It accepted the monarchy and supported the Monclo Pacts, while also exerting strong control over the leadership of the Workers' Commissions Union, CCOO. Communist parties after the fall of the USSR. In 1991, after a process of successive attempts at economic privatization reforms, known as perestroika, which accelerated the internal crisis and under pressure from the Cold War and Western powers, the country succumbed to its own contradictions. This resulted in the dissolution of the USSR and the independence of the republics that had formed it. The fall of the Berlin Wall, which had separated the Soviet-influenced zone from the capitalist zone, a legacy of the post-World War II territorial division, is considered one of the main symbols of this collapse. After the fall of the Soviet Union, communist parties underwent transformations and divisions worldwide. Some factions adopted reformist policies, others developed tactics to oppose capitalist globalization by seeking closer ties with the masses marginalized by so-called consumer capitalism, in some cases orienting toward libertarian communism. Many supporters of Marxism in previous decades backed social democratic movements in Europe and Latin America. In Cuba, the 1959 revolution was led by young revolutionaries who did not belong to the Communist Party. However, the party became the hegemonic force as the country's economy became increasingly dependent on the Soviet Union, largely due to the economic blockade imposed by the United States. After the USSR collapsed, Cuba remained a solitary communist stronghold in the Americas, although it began accepting the participation of foreign private capital in its weak economy, primarily centered on tourism. Even in the People's Republic of China, deep transformations have taken place involving globalization and an economic model far removed from the political principles it officially proclaims, a mix of communism in political discourse and increasingly capitalist economic sectors in practice. Vietnam has begun reforms in the same direction as China. The other current socialist countries are Laos and North Korea. The latter has stood out for rejecting liberalizing reforms and fiercely defending patriotism and a socialist economy, although recently it has been adopting mechanisms to allow foreign capital entry. In Russia, the Communist Party of the Russian Federation was founded in 1993, stemming from the Communist Party of the Soviet Union. It has focused on Russia's unique characteristics and, consequently, has combined communism with strong patriotism in its platform. Ideologically, the term National Bolshevism has been used to describe the fusion of anti-capitalist social struggle with nationalism, a tendency that, in some form, had already been present in the Communist Party of the Soviet Union since the 1920s. Criticism of communism. Communism has often been confused with Marxism-Leninism. In this sense, criticism of communism has not only come from right-wing or centrist sectors but also from the leftist branches of communism itself, such as council communism and autonomism. There are various contemporary criticisms of Marxist communism and Marxism-Leninism, coming from the far right, fascism, and the right, liberalism, conservatism, as well as from the center-left, Christian Democrats, social liberals, social democrats. Opposition also comes from sectors outside the political spectrum, such as anarchists or libertarians. Debate within Christianity. The Catholic Church rejects communist ideology, as shown in the encyclical Divini Redemptoris by Pope Pius XI. Communist fury has not been limited to killing bishops and thousands of priests, religious men and women, especially targeting those who worked most zealously with the poor and laborers, but has also killed a great number of laypeople of all classes and conditions, murdered even today en masse, simply for being Christians or at least for being opposed to communist atheism. And this terrible destruction is carried out with a hatred, barbarity, and ferocity that could hardly be believed possible in our century. No reasonable person, no statesman conscious of his public responsibilities, can fail to tremble when considering that what is happening in Spain today could happen tomorrow in other civilized nations. However, there are Christian communists who distinguish themselves from Marxist communism, as well as from Christian justifications of revolutionary processes led by communist parties, such as in the case of liberation theology. Instead, they base their communism directly on religion and draw social conclusions from the teachings of the early apostles. For example, All the believers were one in heart and mind. No one claimed that any of their possessions was their own, but they shared everything they had. With great power, the apostles continued to testify to the resurrection of the Lord Jesus. And God's grace was so powerfully at work in them all that there were no needy persons among them. For from time to time, those who owned land or houses sold them, brought the money from the sales and put it at the apostles' feet, and it was distributed to anyone who had need. Anti-communist Christians have responded that the socio-economic organization described here was not a collectivist form of communism as described by Marxism, but rather a form of gift economy or a kind of communalism in which members retained private property and contributed voluntarily to redistribution. They support this interpretation by referencing additional Bible passages. Remember this: whoever sows sparingly will also reap sparingly, and whoever sows generously will also reap generously. Each of you should give what you have decided in your heart to give, not reluctantly or under compulsion, for God loves a cheerful giver. And God is able to bless you abundantly, so that in all things at all times, having all that you need, you will abound in every good work. Outside the ideological debate. The classical sociologist Max Weber clarified the social life of the early church as a community based on an organization of owners who, however, denied property in practice. The beginnings of all ethically oriented religiosity influenced by eschatological hopes are marked by a charismatic renunciation of the world. They are directly anti-economic. Even in the sense that they lack the concept of a special dignity of labor. Certainly, since they could not live by donations from patrons or directly from begging, or, as in Islam, as a warlike religion based on a warrior communism, members sustained themselves through an exemplary lifestyle by means of manual labor. This was true of both St. Paul and St. Giles. This is evident from the exhortations of the early Christian Church and the authentic prescriptions of St. Francis. But not because labor itself was esteemed. It is simply a fable to think that, for example, the New Testament attributes new dignity to labor. Stay in your trade is an expression of complete indifference, dictated by eschatological motives, just as render to Caesar what is Caesar's is not, as is often interpreted today, a recommendation to fulfill civic duties, but, rather, an expression of absolute indifference to that sphere. Precisely in this lies the difference from the attitude of Jewish parties. Only much later, as an ascetic means, and for the first time in monastic orders, was labor considered an honor. And as for property, religion in its charismatic phase recognizes only its negation, distribution to the poor, for the perfect disciples, or an indifference, for all believers. The expression of this indifference is that milder form of the charismatic communism of love that evidently existed in the early Christian congregation of Jerusalem, where members had property, as if they did not have it, because this, that is, sharing unlimitedly with the needy brothers of the community, with the result that missionaries, especially St. Paul, had to collect donations around the world for this uneconomical central congregation, and not, as has been supposed, some socialist organization or community of goods, constitutes the meaning of that much debated tradition. With the disappearance of eschatological hopes, charismatic communism in all its forms retreated and became confined to the realm of monasticism, as a particular matter for those followers of Christ who lived in exemplary fashion. Monasticism, in turn, slid toward prebendalism. It became necessary to discourage abandonment of one's profession and to guard against parasitic missionaries. The famous, "He who does not work shall not eat," in St. Paul refers to them, and only to them. The support of jobless and propertyless brothers then became the duty of a regular office, the deacons. Certain portions of church income, both in Islam and Christianity, were allocated to this task which, moreover, became the responsibility of monks and, as a remnant of charitable charismatic communism, almsgiving remained a God-pleasing act, emphasized and recommended equally by Islam, Buddhism, and Christianity, despite their diverse origins. Socialism. Few people truly understand what socialism is, even if they believe they do. The concept is simple: it is the antechamber to communism. Call it what you will, 21st century socialism, modern socialism, pseudo-socialism, democratic socialism, it doesn't matter the color, image, symbol, disguise, or what it preaches. It is government control, state dependency, shared misery, and collective mediocrity. Its mission is to create a democratic dictatorship, where citizens have the right to freely choose their leader, but its strategy is to create this simulated dictatorship using misinformation media, partisan official press, ideologically socialist or leftist, so people believe what they are told to believe and thus elect, in this simulated, vicious, and deceitful way, only one leader, candidate, or populist politician who promises to solve their problems and cares for the poor, who stimulate small businesses and enterprises, but only to serve the government. The way they inform, or deceive, people is so that in a multi-party democratic system, the only solution appears to come from the political left, and not from those who oppose it or reject the radical changes and the socialist order and control system offered by the left. This means a disguised dictatorship. That's what they have achieved in countries in Europe, Asia, and what they want to do in the United States. Socialism has become very popular lately. More and more people, due to their chronic and willful ignorance, embrace the idea of socialism, rejecting and repudiating capitalism, the same capitalism that gives them freedom of speech and rights, progress, development, technology, and the freedom to prosper without restrictions, without needing to get involved in politics to achieve economic independence, success, and personal development, without being censored or persecuted for having different ideas. Yet they clamor for militant socialism, even though we know it didn't work, doesn't work, and will never work. A clear example was the Soviet Union, a superpower with abundant natural resources, technology, and qualified personnel. For 70 years they lived under developed socialism, never actually becoming a truly communist country and never reaching first world status. 70 years of famine, repression, limitations, persecution, executions, and human rights violations. In Asia, it didn't and doesn't work, North Korea, Vietnam, etc. Only in China, where they have a capitalist economy with a socialist political system. Even so, and despite their technological, commercial, and cultural development, China is not a state of rights. They have lived under a socialist dictatorship for over 100 years. Mao Zedong, the Chinese communist dictator, is held responsible for the deaths of nearly 70 million people, more than Hitler and Stalin. In Latin America, it didn't work in Cuba, which has suffered a communist military dictatorship for 60 years and has been the cancer of Latin America, spreading its revolution and ideas across the continent, financing, training, and arming left-wing extremist terrorist groups, as well as communist or socialist party candidates throughout Latin America. The mission and the concept are far more diabolical than you might imagine. We must guard ourselves against falling into that current of mediocrity and believing everything the manipulative media and political left tell us, using even art and the entertainment industry to impose their ideas and make us believe that change is necessary and that socialism is the best option. What do the books say about socialism? The subtle and classic idea they refer to. Socialism is a political ideology that represents those theories and political actions that, in principle, advocate for an economic and political system based on the ownership or possession of the means of production and their administrative control by the same producers or workers, and the control of civil political structures by the citizens. In a socialist system, when collective, social, ownership of the means of production is established, any form of private ownership of capital goods disappears, and with it, capitalism as a form of appropriating wage labor. Definition. Frequently, different political movements coexist under the name socialism, from those with vague ideas of seeking the common good and social equality to reformist projects aiming to progressively build a socialist state in Marxist terms, or pre- and post-Marxist variants of socialism, whether worker-centered or nationalist, or interventionist policies. Definitions and methods of socialism that can vary drastically depending on the political speakers involved. Some definitions even distance themselves to varying degrees from their etymology: statists, nationalists, Marxists, cooperativists, classical guild corporativists, state corporativists or fascists, rent socialists, market socialists, mutualists, modern social democrats, etc. Socialism continues to be a politically powerful term, still linked to the establishment of a socio-economic order built by, for, or in the service of an organized working class, originally without an economic order of its own, for which a public one, through the state or otherwise, must be created, whether through revolution, social evolution, or institutional reforms, with the goal of constructing a classless society without stratified or subordinated classes. This latter idea was not originally part of socialist ideology but of communist thought, and its association with socialism is owed to Marxism-Leninism. The radicalism of socialist thought is not so much about the methods to achieve it but rather about the principles it seeks. Basic principles. The socialization of the means of production, in political economy and political science, refers to the process of moving from a regime of individual private ownership of such means toward one of social ownership, either communal or state-owned. Communal ownership of assets or organizations refers to cases where these are owned and managed through certain deliberative or democratic representation mechanisms that allow a community or group to be part of its governance, using or benefiting from what that asset produces. The development of communal property, as a concept and social tool, represents a symbol of collective emancipation and is thus a foundational principle for political and social currents such as anarcho-communism, which was supported by Pyotr Kropotkin and other anarchist thinkers. Statization or nationalization. Statization or nationalization refers to the set of actions and measures through which the state assumes the administration of private companies, groups of companies, or entire sectors previously managed by individuals. Statization is the opposite of privatization. It is also referred to as the nationalization of the means of production, although a nationalized company may have been previously owned either nationally or by foreigners. The proposal to socialize goods does not extend to consumer goods or personal belongings, nor does it aim to eliminate wages or profits derived from personal effort. For example, Maciejewski wrote, "The socialization of the means of production means nothing other than the abolition of private ownership and private management of factories and land." For communalist currents such as communism, socialism, cooperativism, anarchism, mutualism, etc., the concept specifically aims to reintegrate economic processes under social control to achieve human freedom. Another idea that is enormously important is this notion of freedom, which is very different from the liberal notion. We cannot be free unless we control our destiny, unless we, instead of being dragged by the winds of economic circumstances, for Marx, or directed by the invisible hand of reason, for Hegel, truly take control, realize our power, realize the collective capacity of human beings to control our destiny, and do so. It is a deeply significant idea. Now that it has been introduced by Hegel and Marx, I don't think it will be forgotten. In that sense, socialization is considered the opposite of alienation. However, in practice, there are differences regarding the means and ends of how such social control should or could be carried out, for example, placing such processes under the control of some form of political organization, communes, councils, federations of such communes or councils, etc., or under the direct control of workers. Alongside other considerations regarding what socialization implies or does not imply, e.g., the contrast between a socialist state, stateless communism, the ultimate ideal of Marxism, and anarcho-communism, this has led to a prolonged, though not always active, debate about what the process is and how to implement it. Theorists. The word socialism, which first appeared in 1834 under the guidance of Robert Owen, describes the collective organization of production and distribution, while consumption remains individual. In the 19th century, during the massive process of proletarianization brought about by the rise of industrial capitalism, the socialist idea evolved as a concept and ideology of political economy, proposing a social, economic, and political system based on the conscious, planned, organization of production according to predefined goals aimed at contributing to the general good. This was known as the socialist movement, in some places called the labor reform movement. Synthesized from the ideas and writings of various groups and thinkers seeking to establish a just system, socialism gained a major boost from Marxist theory, which removed it from moral and political idealism and grounded it as a necessity for the development of the current technological era, the only thing, according to historical materialism, that could make it achievable, non-utopian. Communism, understood as a socio-political movement, is a set of currents and groups whose main historical objective, particularly since the adoption of Marxist doctrines, the revolutionary overthrow of capitalist society as the last form of class-based society, and the establishment of a socialist society as a preliminary step toward the gradual construction of a communist social organization. The doctrines of the various communist currents agree on the need to abolish private property, especially of social means of production, and on the social emancipation of the proletariat as the first oppressed class without its own economy, the negation of any form of private appropriation, and thus its tendency to disappear as a class in a communist community. Progressivism. Humanity does not represent, as is believed today, an evolution towards something better, stronger, or higher. What is now called progress is nothing more than a modern idea and, therefore, a false idea. Word from Friedrich Nietzsche. Many people associate the term progressive with those who support progress, economic development, and personal prosperity. But in reality, this is not the case. In a certain sense, and considering the direction that progressivism has taken since it first emerged as a philosophical idea in 18th-century France, modern progressivism has become the first stage of modern socialism or 21st-century socialism. In turn, socialism is the first stage of communism, according to Marxist philosophy. In reality, progressivism has little to do with individual progress and development, rather, it is the progressive transformation from a capitalist system to a socialist one. In other words, it is like a revolution without weapons. The term progressivism defines the philosophical and economic doctrines of political trends within cultural Marxism. The term emerged in opposition to the term conservative. Unlike conservatives, progressives seek to change the current state of affairs with the goal of change for the sake of change, in which change is seen as inherently positive. There is no deeper theoretical foundation behind this statement, and for progressives, religion is one of the greatest obstacles to achieving this goal. Historical context. The idea of indefinite progress is of Enlightenment origin, dating back to the Near East with the rise of civilization and later acquiring theoretical rational legitimacy during the French Enlightenment of the 18th century. It is based on the notion that human beings came from a past that was sick, dirty, ignorant, and primitive, and that gradually they are moving toward a future that is healthy, clean, cultured, and advanced. Archaeology, however, tends to suggest the opposite, that civilization has led to humanity's fall from grace, making people increasingly weak, sick, and dependent on the very technology they have created. Traditional religious ideas held something similar. There once was a golden age, the Satya or Krita Yuga for Hindus, in which humanity was more perfect, followed by a traumatic fall that led to human degeneration and the emergence of misery and illness, culminating in the Iron Age, Kali Yuga for Hindus. Nevertheless, the industrial spiral in which humanity is now immersed continues to spread the fallacy that infinite economic growth is viable, that the Tower of Babel can keep rising endlessly, and that everything is always getting better, in short, that humanity is improving. Thus, the bourgeois liberals of the French Enlightenment were seen as progressives in the eyes of the monarchists who supported absolutist regimes. Absolutism gradually gave way to more or less constitutional monarchies and republics. But for certain sectors of the more radical left, these changes were still insufficient. The liberals switched roles and became conservatives, in the face of even more revolutionary ideas from the political left. This is how, today, the Marxist left is associated with progressivism. Combat against religion. When we closely examine the expressions of those who want to exclude or remove religion from social life, we can read between the lines a basic underlying thought expressed through various common phrases. These dry expressions often begin with clichés like, "We've reached the 21st century, we're in the age of computers and the internet, humans have landed on the moon." And continue with suggestions like, "We must be modern, in tune with the times, not stuck in the past." Ultimately leading to the same conclusion. Since we live in a highly advanced era, we should not pay much attention to rules and principles set hundreds of years ago, or at the very least, we should revise them according to the standards of our advanced age. Essentially, this way of thinking is based on the assumption that religious sources, that is, divine inspiration, are outdated and cannot explain the advanced era in which we live. At its core, This idea rests on the assumption that people today are intellectually more advanced and modern than those who lived hundreds or thousands of years ago. This leads to the conclusion that the societies that received the messages of sacred texts, the Old Testament, the New Testament, and the Quran, and on which divine religions were based, were intellectually backward, that is, less intelligent than modern humans. This gives rise to two arguments, one more extreme than the other. The first and most radical belongs to those who outright reject the sacred books as divine revelations. They claim the books were written directly by the prophets, thereby denying their divine origin and revelation. In this case, the ideas of an advanced versus backward age prove useful to them, allowing them to argue that the prophets were backward, just like the dark society in which they lived, especially when compared to modern man. Therefore, they argue that these books cannot, under any circumstances, be directed to the advanced society of the modern era, as they are a product of their own time. The second argument, possibly more moderate though more contradictory and less openly stated, comes from those who hesitate to reject the sacred book's authenticity. They accept the sacred texts as divine revelations but claim they were only meant for people of the era in which they were revealed. This belief also stems from the previously described idea of progress. Therefore, they assume that modern societies are intellectually more advanced than ancient ones because they have surpassed, and left behind, the contents of the divine books. Conventional terminology. As a result of all this, a conventional terminology took shape. Those who wish to act entirely according to the holy books are defined as conservatives. Those who reject those books or consider them outdated are called progressives. For those who apply this terminology, being conservative is considered the worst of flaws, and being progressive, the highest of virtues. Evolution of the mind and tools. All progressive literature is based on the fallacy of the evolution of the human mind, a notion introduced by Charles Darwin and later developed by numerous evolutionists, though they always failed in the attempt. The main bias of this fallacy is the idea that the human mind is a product of the tools it uses. Just as the human mind creates tools, they claim, tools also shape the human mind. According to this, the first tool used by primitive man was made of stone, for example, a stone with a sharp edge. The difficulties encountered when using it supposedly forced him to use intelligence, which was then perfected. Thus, it is assumed that every time a tool is used, that act improves the human mind. Those who speak today about progressivism and repeat stereotyped expressions like, "Why should we still follow rules from 14 centuries ago in the age of computers?" are actually relying on the claim of human mental evolution through tools. When they speak of the computer age, what they really mean is that the sophisticated tool, the computer, and the stages that led to it have perfected the human mind. Hence the fallacy that the modern human, who uses a computer or other sophisticated devices, is intellectually superior to humans from earlier eras who did not use such tools. Due to the leadership role of progressivism, evolutionists since Darwin have tried to prove the theory of mental evolution through tools. As previously mentioned, they have always failed. The main method used to try to demonstrate this so-called mental evolution was to correlate a person's intelligence with the size of their skull. Since the average skull volume of monkeys is much smaller than that of humans, it was argued that the tools used by humans forced them to develop greater mental capacity, which then increased their skull volume. This led to diagrams showing skulls progressing from common monkeys to common humans, attempting to fill the large gap between the two with various falsifications and distortions. The Utopia of Broca. One of the most radical defenders of the theory of mental evolution through tool use was the French evolutionary anthropologist Paul Broca. Holding the belief that primitive tribes had smaller brain volumes due to intellectual backwardness, he argued that European civilizations achieved greater brain volume thanks to the advanced civilization they had developed. He identified the turning point of this advanced European civilization in the 12th century. Broca began excavating Parisian cemeteries to discover how much European brain volumes had increased between the 12th and 19th centuries. He assumed that the average skull size of those buried in the 12th century would be significantly smaller than that of those buried in the 19th century. However, despite all his efforts, his research ended in complete failure. The average cranial capacity of 1,426 cubic centimeters in the 12th century decreased to 1,409 cubic centimeters in the 18th century and only increased to 1,462 cubic centimeters in the 19th century. A simple statistical analysis showed that these variations were the natural result of sampling differences. Conclusion. In summary, the theory that the tools used by humans developed their minds, and therefore that technically advanced civilizations were also intellectually superior, has never been proven. In contrast to this concept stands the view of thinkers such as Oswald Spengler, who argued that technology is what devours mankind, rather than being a sign of progress as the progressives claim. Capitalism. Capitalism is not an ideology but a mode of production. In fact, the one who named it as such was the philosopher, economist, and sociologist Karl Marx, along with Engels, the creator of scientific socialism and modern communism or Marxism. He referred to it using the term derived from the writings of the philosopher and economic genius Adam Smith on capital, dating back to the 16th century in England. Smith proposed that human beings have always had a strong tendency to barter, trade, and exchange one thing for another. Therefore, capitalism, essentially mercantilism, was recognized as an economic and social model that replaced feudalism, a political and economic system established during the Middle Ages in which local power was exercised with significant autonomy or independence by an aristocracy called the nobility, whose titles derived from the governors of the Carolingian Empire, dukes, marquises, counts, or had other origins such as barons, knights, etc. For Marx, in order to create a globalist antithesis of economic control at the mass level, opposing an economic thesis that functioned at the individual level, it was necessary to name it, in order to refute and argue against these individualistic ideas and this form of capital production. In capitalism, individuals and businesses carry out the production and exchange of goods and services through transactions involving prices and free markets, regulated by the law of supply and demand. Capitalism is not a perfect system, but it is the only functional system that exists and is constantly evolving. It provides the three essential freedoms to the individual: economic freedom, freedom of expression, and spiritual freedom. Capitalism has improved over time and has proven to be economically and socially efficient wherever it is applied. Countries that apply capitalism or fuse it with Marxist ideas of socialization or centralization sooner or later fall into bankruptcy and become dependent on existing capitalist powers, even if they are not allies. You will know the tree by its fruit, and he who seeks shade under a good tree finds good shelter. I prefer the shade of that lush and fruitful tree because not only do I find rest, relief, and peace under its shadow, but I also eat of its fruit. The only thing is that such a tree must be maintained and cared for. To the wise, that should be enough. Jesus, the Lord Himself, gave us a teaching about this in a way that, while spiritual, also makes a subtle reference to capitalism in human terms and to the kingdom of heaven in spiritual terms. He did this in the parable of the talents, found in the Gospel of Matthew, chapter 25, verses 14 to 30. The parable presents a human story which, whether it happened or not, is not the point, the message is what matters. Although the message is spiritual, referring to himself through the master in the parable, he also makes reference to a human order, in which talents, the name used at the time for money and goods, are entrusted by a master to his servants, employees, or stewards before his departure, with the purpose that they multiply and make them produce. What is that if not capital, a mode of production? Do you understand my point? Analyze for yourself the parable in the New Testament using the information I have just provided about capitalism. Author's opinion. Definition, history, and opinion on capitalism. Capitalism is a political and economic system based on the accumulation of capital and the trade of goods and services diversified into sectors for consumption. Capitalism gets its name because in this system, capital is the means by which wealth is generated, and the system only functions as long as capital is available. In this way, if there is no money, all work comes to a halt. For example, the crisis of 1929 was caused when Wall Street capitalists turned off the faucet of credit and then created a massive speculative panic. In capitalism, if money is scarce, it doesn't matter if there are qualified workers or fully operational factories, the economy cannot function. This subordinates the economy to monetary and financial policy, meaning to those who control the credit faucet, central and private banks, i.e., the real owners of the currency. Only when banks decide to open the faucet does capital begin to flow, and the economy is reactivated. In liberal democracies, capitalism is often understood as an economic model in which distribution, production, and pricing of goods and services are determined, in most cases, by some form of free market. Certain schools of thought argue whether this is the exact definition of capitalism or merely one of its characteristics. The political doctrine that has historically led the defense and implementation of this economic and political system has been economic liberalism and classical liberalism, whose founding fathers are considered to be John Locke, Juan de Mariana, and Adam Smith. The institution of a free market, which liberal theorists, such as Adam Smith in the theory of moral sentiments, viewed as a natural fact, is criticized as being derived from a very specific anthropological conception of the human condition, reducing humans to individuals who are guided by the invisible hand of the market, seeking selfish pleasure, hedonism, and in doing so unintentionally achieving the common good, example, the greatest happiness for the greatest number. Criticism of capitalism. Other criticisms of capitalism come from nationalist and anti-globalization movements, which denounce the capitalist economic model and transnational corporations as responsible for the inequalities between the first and third worlds. In this view, the third world maintains a dependent economy that serves the interests of the first world. This criticism connects with the earlier critiques of imperialism from previous decades. Environmentalism. The environmental critique argues that a system based on constant growth and accumulation is unsustainable and will eventually deplete the planet's natural resources, many of which are non-renewable. Moreover, if the consumption of these resources is unequal between countries and their respective social classes, the problem becomes even more serious. Until just a few decades ago, it was widely believed that natural resources were inexhaustible, and that pollution, biodiversity loss, and landscape destruction were simply the inevitable costs of progress. Opinion articles. Capitalism and the State, by Deans Martos. At some point, we will all have to accept once and for all that voting for one political candidate or another is completely irrelevant. In the vast majority of cases, with very rare exceptions, it doesn't matter which candidate or party gets into government, the result will always be the same. Nothing will change. And given the general orientation of the real decision-making system, unfortunately, we can only expect a gradual worsening of the current situation, since all the political alternatives that have a real chance of accessing power are based on the same dogma. Official government or tolerated opposition are merely the stage scenery that allows real power to continue operating behind the curtains. Worse still, the mental mechanisms of both the ruling class and the controlled opposition respond to the same basic criteria, the same fundamental materialism, the same economic dogmatism, and the same profound technical and cultural ignorance. Across most of the planet, no matter how the narratives and political speeches vary for the sake of voters, the fact remains that the entire economic and social system imposed by what we now call globalization is structurally and organically sick, and many signs point to the very real possibility that this disease is already terminal. After the sudden collapse of Marxist socialism, liberal capitalism is now slowly dying. More than 2 decades after the fall of the Berlin Wall, it does not appear to have many options left other than to continue down the same dead-end path. However, many people still fail to see this. And they fail to see it because either they ignore or are unaware of the historical process that brought us here, especially the evolution of the dominant ideologies that have taken shape within the dogmatic framework of liberal capitalism. Classical liberal capitalism. The era we might call the classical phase of liberalism, with its set of ideas aimed at imposing free trade and free enterprise, extended through the 18th and 19th centuries and was guided by thinkers like Adam Smith, 1723 to 1790, and David Ricardo, 1772 to 1823, among others. Simplifying and summarizing their arguments, the essence of this conception lay in achieving the complete absence of state intervention in the economic sphere, based on the assumption that the market could regulate itself and establish economic and social balance and harmony on its own. In this view, the state was prohibited from interfering in economic processes because they were believed that to follow their own natural laws, which would automatically correct any distortion or deviation. The Keynesian thesis. After the Great Depression of 1929, liberalism had to revise its assumptions. It did so primarily through the work of John Maynard Keynes, 1883–1946. This gave rise to a state-regulated capitalism, expressed in the American New Deal and similar experiments in other countries. The essence of Keynesian economic philosophy was the recognition that markets must be regulated, at least to some degree. This led to the idea that the state, through public enterprises, could play an active role in the economy. Complementarily, progressive tax systems were designed to place pressure on large corporations, the scope of social welfare programs was expanded, and full employment became an official goal. To be fair, this new model, despite its ups and downs and areas of criticism, worked reasonably well. The greatest challenge for its designers was that, due to adaptations and adjustments that in many cases deviated significantly from liberal capitalism, it eventually attracted political forces that were difficult for the financial elites to control. In fact, Keynes's model, broadly speaking and conceptually, was the starting point, though not the end goal, for regimes such as Hitler's in Germany and Mussolini's in Italy. Consider that Germany in 1933 was completely indebted and ruined, with 40% unemployment. By 1936, during the Berlin Olympics, half the world was trying to figure out how to explain its remarkable recovery. After World War II, in the capitalist countries of the West, Keynesian ideology retained considerable influence. Thanks to its principles, the welfare state and consumer society were implemented post-1945. The period between 1945 and 1975 is known for the Scandinavian miracle and the German miracle. But the United States, Canada, and Western Europe also achieved major economic advancements. Despite the prevailing materialistic hedonism, cultural sterility, political distortion, and exploitation of the underdeveloped periphery, this period undeniably saw the growth of the middle class, reduction in social inequality, and even a decline in the power of the ultra-rich in some areas. In at least the so-called First World, extreme poverty was reduced to minimal levels. This is the capitalist West that millions of Europeans and North Americans nostalgically remember, of course, recalling only its benefits and conveniently forgetting its flaws. Even so, it must be recognized that the plutocracy of that era understood it was necessary to limit its own greed, if only to guarantee the proper functioning of society, promote social peace, and prevent serious social unrest. The Cold War context, political instability, revolutionary pressures, and related risks played a major role in all this. But at least there was a theoretical framework that justified it to some degree. Neoliberalism. Beginning in the 1970s, everything changed. The oil crisis and the problems of Keynesian planning, combined with the desire of big business to eliminate state control over economic life, gave rise to what we now call neoliberalism. The turning point came when Margaret Thatcher in the United Kingdom and Ronald Reagan in the United States seized power and implemented the doctrines of the Chicago School, spearheaded by Milton Friedman, 1912–2006. The doctrine essentially advocated a return to the economic liberalism of the 19th century, completely discarding any idea of social responsibility or public planning. It insisted that the state is the problem and not the solution, and that we should leave everything to the market. Neoliberal policies pushed for massive tax reductions on large fortunes and corporations, privatization of public enterprises, elimination of regulations, cuts in social spending, and in general, austerity policies disguised as measures of efficiency. It was then that we entered the era of financial speculation, with Wall Street and global markets increasingly dominating national economies. The power of the banking sector and multinational corporations grew exponentially, while real wages stagnated or declined, job insecurity increased, and public debt spiraled. This was sold to the masses under the label of freedom, but in practice, it amounted to the dictatorship of the financial elites. Under this model, everything was transformed into a commodity: education, health, housing, water, and even human relationships. The citizen became a consumer, and the worker became disposable. Moreover, globalization, as a political and economic model, emerged as a logical extension of this system. Neoliberalism and globalization go hand in hand. This explains why international financial institutions such as the International Monetary Fund, IMF, the World Bank, and the World Trade Organization, WTO, are among the most fervent defenders of neoliberal doctrine. In the name of free markets, national sovereignty was dismantled, borders were erased for capital and merchandise, but not for people, and nations were subordinated to the mandates of financial centers located in New York, London, or Brussels. All of this was accompanied by an ideological crusade that demonized any form of criticism, branding dissenters as populists, nationalists, reactionaries, or enemies of democracy. In the early 21st century, the system showed signs of deep exhaustion. The 2008 global financial crisis exposed the structural flaws of neoliberalism, revealing the extent of deregulation, speculation, and irresponsibility that had dominated global finance for decades. Governments had to bail out banks with public money, while millions of families lost their homes, jobs, and savings. Despite this, very few of the responsible parties were held accountable, and neoliberal policies not only continued but, in many cases, intensified. The wealth gap widened even more, and the planet entered a new era marked by uncertainty, climate crisis, migration flows, technological unemployment, and social polarization. Many citizens, tired of being deceived by the traditional political class, began to support new alternatives, some from the populist right, others from the radical left, but always with the same underlying motivation: the failure of the current system to offer a decent, fair, and secure future. Today, we live in a crucial time. The world is at a crossroads where the old models no longer serve us, and the new ones have not yet taken shape. It is necessary to rethink everything, from the economy and politics to education, energy, health, food production, and even the meaning of progress. It is up to each of us to take responsibility, educate ourselves, and awaken to the reality behind appearances. Only in this way can we aspire to build a more just, free, and humane future for all. Final reflections: government, freedom, and the spiritual battle in politics. It is essential to understand that the struggle between the right and the left goes far beyond politics. It is a spiritual battle, a battle between light and darkness, between truth and lies, between freedom and control, between God's order and man's rebellion. That is why we must stop being indifferent or apathetic. We must seek information, educate ourselves, and form our own criteria, not based on emotion, ideology, or opinion, but on principles, values, and truth. Let us seek wisdom, and not just knowledge. Knowledge can puff up, but wisdom guides, instructs, and protects. We must raise a generation that knows why we believe what we believe, why we defend what we defend, and why we vote how we vote. Not based on blind traditions or emotions, but on moral conscience, civic responsibility, and spiritual discernment. Politics is not the enemy. The real enemy is ignorance. The state is not the savior. The only savior is Jesus Christ. The system is not perfect, but if we don't get involved, the system will be overrun by those who seek to destroy it. When the righteous are in authority, the people rejoice. But when the wicked rule, the people groan. Proverbs 29 verse 2. We don't need more politicians. We need servants with convictions. We don't need more laws. We need hearts governed by truth. We don't need more noise. We need discernment. Let us be part of the solution and not the problem. Let us rise up with courage, faith, and understanding. Because this world will not be saved by silence. Phrases and Political Reflections. By Milco Baute. Great men are measured by their principles. Corruption is not only about money, but also about the degeneration of morals and customs. Do not risk your word with uncertain promises, so that people won't speak badly of you afterward. Collective ignorance produces chaos. Those who know dignity yearn for freedom. Fanaticism, whether political or religious, makes people more ignorant. Appearances are deceiving, but not to everyone. The best way to help the poor is to teach them how to get out of poverty, not to give them crumbs or alms to keep them poor. Don't wait for the government to get out of your poverty, improve yourself and strive, and you will have your reward. People fall in love with a politician's words without caring about their plans or ideology. When there is terrible leadership, the country becomes violent, and society becomes vulgar. Those who do not respect their constitution do not love their homeland. We live in a time where principles and values have been lost, as well as the concept of homeland, freedom, dignity, and respect. Corrupt and immoral politicians understand each other, that's why they sympathize with one another. Moral laws make us better people and are necessary for the good of society. Changing or distorting them further corrupts humanity. Debate and differences are part of civilized human nature, but not arrogance. He who negotiates with a dictator is complicit in his dictatorship. 90% truth with 10% lie is still a lie. The great fear of the left is that people become informed and reason, which is why they try to keep us misinformed. The first thing political leftism does is control the media and unify the powers. Fleeing a dictatorship is not cowardly, but remaining silent is. If you get used to evil, there will come a time when it seems like the best thing. Silence in the face of atrocities makes us as complicit as participating in them. When the leader is wrong, the group is worse off. Both ideology and religion always try to impose themselves. If death threats were considered first-degree crimes, fewer innocent people would die. Some people like imposition, others are disgusted by it. When a ruler keeps his word, he is a man of his word. When a ruler does not keep his word, he is just a politician. Anarchists protest sometimes without knowing why. What enrages me most is not the abuse of a dictatorship against a people who allow it, but the complicity of governments with it. I abhor injustice and abuse, and I am disgusted by those who condone it. Fanaticism, whether political or religious, makes people more ignorant. Just as evil has a beginning, it also has an end. If you don't get properly informed and reason well, you will be an easy prey to deceit. If you get used to evil, there will come a time when it seems like the best thing. Racism exists in every race, nationality, social class, and political party. In today's ideological civil war, there are two types of extremist groups, the vicious and the addicted. Open and declared socialism is bad, but disguised or covert socialism is worse. Being a patriot is not the virtue of the infamous. What is imposed disgusts, and what disgusts is rejected. Communist leaders have the gift of manipulation, and their followers the gift of ignorance. Trusting political leftism is like entrusting your trip to a drunk taxi driver or pilot. Media manipulation is induced self-suggestion, in other words, witchcraft. According to the scriptures, Jesus governs at the right hand of God, but Satan imitates him by governing from the left on earth. The fastest and most certain way to lose money is to invest it in leftist politicians. You cannot take away the rights of some to give them to others. Television is a medium of mind control, disinformation, depravity, and manipulation. It causes addiction and is more harmful than controlled substances. With imagination we create, and with imagination we destroy, we get sick and worsen things. The most dangerous weapon of the left is manipulation and propaganda. The bacteria that cause the most damage to the brain do not come from pigs or any other animal, it does not enter through the mouth but through the eyes and ears. This bacterium comes from television, which causes so much harm to conscience, intelligence, and reason. Socialism has become very popular. Now everyone wants to be a socialist, meaning all the airheads, mediocre, ignorant, stupid, foolish, abnormal, vulgar, and lazy people. If many Democrats do not agree with the leaders who represent them, then why do they remain in that party? When a party does not represent my values and interests, I have nothing more to do with that party. No matter the sins and temperament of a man, if he is not a patriot and does not place himself in God's hands, he is useless as both a man and a politician. Have you noticed that there are people whose lives are a mess, and they want to fix yours? The more sins people carry, the more unpleasant and arrogant they become. Some people do not know how to communicate because they hear without listening, listen without understanding, understand without thinking, and respond without understanding. According to the scriptures, Jesus governs at the right hand of God, but Satan imitates him by governing from the left on earth. Guns don't kill, the ones who operate them do, driven by the hatred others generate. The one who pulls the trigger is as guilty as the one who promotes hatred and poisons the conscience. There is no longer a moderate left nor moderate Islam, both doctrines are extremist. The economy of a country grows and flows better with tax cuts, elimination of unnecessary, often immoral, expenses, planning, investment, reinvestment, economic incentives, support for professionals, businesses, and companies, dismissal of thieves and corrupt officials, in short, capitalism. Don't believe everything you hear, nor say everything you believe, because you would make the mistake of believing what is not true and saying any stupidity. Just as the word revolution became a bad word, or a misused word, the words democratic or progressive have also been misused by the left. Democracy should not be so tolerant of crime, and every expression of hate and threat should be considered a crime. The devil is not just an ugly and evil demon, he also disguises himself as an angel of light. He is an expert in deceit because he is the father of lies. He knows how to deceive humans with all kinds of religion, tradition, ideology, and philosophy. His mission is not necessarily that you recognize and worship him, although many do so consciously or unconsciously, but rather to lead you astray from the true path to God, the Creator. The same ideology that brought down the World Trade Center on September 11, 2001, is the same that is now taking political positions to bring down morality, principles, and values in the country and the free world. Yesterday, they did it through attacks, today, they do it through political traps. The enemy is the same, and his intentions have not changed. Three are the main ingredients that make up cultural Marxism: diversity, multiculturalism, and social equality, which leads or opens the way to state control, which manipulates the media through the press, the entertainment industry, and art, to control the masses. With intolerance, they demand tolerance; with authoritarianism, they impose their ideas to lead to single thought and demand rights by taking away rights. This is the democratic equation, the typical formula of any leftist dictatorship. Consider this as a citizen. Voting is a duty. Elections are not about the person but about the country. Before registering with a party, analyze its political platform carefully. In political debates, you will discover each candidate's specific plan. Common sense: what doesn't work, not even with a name change or rebranding. The homeland comes first. The Constitution is sacred. Forget about TV opinions, it's a factory of lies, hypocrisy, and immorality. Say no to ignorance and get informed, don't be carried away by the current of mediocrity. Do it for your own good and for the good of all. Christians and politics. Should a Christian care about politics or participate in it? Clearly, as citizens of a country, we must fulfill our responsibility before God and men and be accountable to society. Voting is a duty, even though it is not mandatory in the United States, although it is in some countries. But it is a duty that every believer must fulfill. Not only must we comply, but we must obey, submit to, and align with the laws, whether under democratic governments or not, and even more so, we must pray for them. A Christian should not wish harm on anyone, because cursing others brings curses upon oneself. Bible verses. Romans 13 verses 1-7. Everyone must submit to the governing authorities, for there is no authority except that which God has established. The authorities that exist have been established by God. Consequently, whoever rebels against the authority is rebelling against what God has instituted, and those who do so will bring judgment on themselves. For rulers, no terror for those who do right, but for those who do wrong. Do you want to be free from fear of the one in authority? Then do what is right, and you will be commended. For the one in authority is God's servant for your good. But if you do wrong, be afraid, for rulers do not bear the sword for no reason. They are God's servants, agents of wrath to bring punishment on the wrongdoer. Therefore, it is necessary to submit to the authorities, not only because of possible punishment but also as a matter of conscience. This is also why you pay taxes, for the authorities are God's servants, who give their full time to governing. Give to everyone what you owe them. If you owe taxes, pay taxes; if revenue, then revenue; if respect, then respect; if honor, then honor. 1 Timothy 2 verses 1-3. I urge, then, first of all, that petitions, prayers, intercession, and thanksgiving be made for all people, especially for kings and all those in authority, that we may live peaceful and quiet lives in all godliness and holiness. This is good and pleases God our Savior. Titus 3 verse 1. Remind the people to be subject to rulers and authorities, to be obedient, to be ready to do whatever is good. 1 Peter 2 verses 13-14. Submit yourselves for the Lord's sake to every human authority, whether to the emperor, as the supreme authority. Mark 12 verse 17. Then Jesus said to them, Give back to Caesar what is Caesar's and to God what is God's. And they marveled at him. Acts 5 verse 29. But Peter and the apostles replied, We must obey God rather than men. A Christian, though not to judge, must be discerning, because sin must be called by name, and as children of God, we must not accept or approve of it, but condemn it. Anyone who approves of sin, in this case, corruption and immorality, is a participant in that sin. Romans 1 verses 18-32, and especially verse 32, who, knowing the righteous judgment of God, that those who practice such things are worthy of death, not only do the same but also approve of those who practice them. John the Baptist rebuked his ruler, King Herod, who after imprisoning him, agreed to execute him by beheading after being seduced and convinced by Salome, his niece and the daughter of his sister-in-law Herodias, the rightful wife of his brother Philip. Herodias told her daughter to ask for the head of John the Baptist as a gift to sleep with her, Salome, because John the Baptist always confronted Herod, rebuking and condemning his sin of immorality, adultery, and incest. Follows with the full account from Mark 6 verses 21-29. Jesus also confronted religious leaders, Matthew 23 and John 18, as well as Pilate, the governor of Judea, saying that he came to do the will of God. Pilate asked what truth he spoke of, and Jesus remained silent, for the word alone is enough, it needs no defense. Jesus knew not to argue with the wicked, John 18 verses 28-39. Paul, Peter, John, and the disciples also confronted the religious leaders and rulers of their time and were judged for preaching the truth, the gospel, and the name of Jesus. Likewise, the prophets of Israel were persecuted, condemned, and killed, because the truth cannot be hidden. And although we must not harbor bitterness due to injustice, oppression, lies, manipulation, and slander from politicians and state policies, we must be just and discerning in the face of evil, because silence makes us complicit. Through dialogue and debate, understanding can occur, without insults or rudeness. We don't know everything, and each person can be a tool of God and truth to enlighten others, leaving behind politicking or religious, or political fanaticism. Not everyone is a political analyst, but we should not be apolitical or apathetic toward politics, for it defines the future of our society, state, county, district, and country, where our children, grandchildren, and future generations will grow up. Therefore, it is important to analyze carefully, even if we are not experts, just to be informed to make the right decision and to help others who do not understand or are blinded by an ideology contrary to God's will. The Bible condemns all dictatorial, tyrannical, or authoritarian politics. God, the Creator, does not impose His laws, commandments, and statutes. Instead, He gave all human beings free will to decide whether to follow what He says or do what we want. So why do men want to impose their laws and will, ideological or religious, on others? In a state of law, there is democracy, where common citizens participate in laws, initiatives, and approve them or not. Imposing a single ideology, opinion, or party is authoritarianism, dictatorship, or tyranny. Here are a couple of Bible verses. Isaiah 10. Woe to those who make unjust laws, to those who issue oppressive decrees, to deprive the poor of their rights and withhold justice from the oppressed of my people, making widows their prey and robbing the fatherless. What will you do on the day of reckoning, when disaster comes from afar? To whom will you run for help? Where will you leave your riches? Nothing will remain but to cringe among the captives or fall among the slain. Yet for all this, his anger is not turned away, his hand is still upraised. Isaiah 29 verse 20. The ruthless will vanish, the mockers will disappear, and all who have an eye for evil will be cut down. What was Jesus' opinion of politics? Jesus did not participate in politics, because as he told Pontius Pilate, "Yes, I am a king, but my kingdom is not of this world, it is of truth." Although Jesus refused to get involved in politics, since the things of God are spiritual and the world's politics and governments are of the world and the devil, 2 Corinthians 4 verses 3-4 and Matthew 4 verses 8-9, Jesus, the disciples, and apostles did confront political and religious authorities. The Gospels narrate several episodes from Jesus' ministry that clarify his view on politics. For example, 1. Ruler of humanity. Satan offered Jesus to rule over all the kingdoms of the world, Matthew 4 verses 8-11. Jesus rejected it. 2. King. People wanted to make Jesus king because of his miracles, John 6 verses 10-15. He withdrew alone. 3. Political activist. When asked whether taxes should be paid to Rome, Mark 12 verses 13-17, Jesus replied, "Give to Caesar what is Caesar's and to God what is God's." He was the Messiah, but not a political Messiah. Was Jesus indifferent to poverty, corruption, and suffering? No. The Bible says he had compassion on people because they were like sheep without a shepherd, Mark 6 verses 33-34. Yet he didn't start a political campaign, even when pressured to do so. These three examples show that Jesus always refused to participate in politics. However, politics is necessary, and many Christians are politicians or politicians are Christians, for the Lord came to save everyone, politicians, authorities, military, or common citizens. Politics is needed to establish order, defend citizens, foster development, and prosperity under duties and rights, not through imposition, control, limitations, or prohibitions. Jesus commands us to have a clean conscience and fulfill our obligations and responsibilities to the society we live in, submitting to its laws. We must not approve of sin but reject it. We should not be obsessed or embittered with politics or worldly things. As Christians, our focus should be spiritual and peaceful. We must learn to forgive and pray even for our enemies. But that does not mean being part of the current of deception, mediocrity, corruption, immorality, and evil, calling evil good and good evil. Silence in the face of evil is participation in it. We must confront everything with the truth, which is the Word of God, and help those who resist. The End. Book created by Baute Production in Tampa, Florida, United States of America. Phone, 813-693-8879.